All right, there we go. We are up.
Yo, what's up with anime robots
They're cool. I
being
like them.
being sad?
Which ones are you talking about?
I'm talking. Okay, that was more vague than I had expected. I'm talking about Signalis. What did you think I could have been talking about?
I mean, there's definitely Ava.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's certainly a couple of sad anime robots out there. Um, FLCL, Gundam, but
Are they sad in FLCL? The robots?
Kanti. I mean, well, like, I guess you got to kind of interpret what you can. Kanti's pretty simple, but
Oh yeah, Nier Automata.
definitely
Also,
sad,
that had
sad,
sad robots.
sad robots in Nier for sure. You know.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Signalis sad anime robots,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the reasons I'm bringing that up is not just because I played it over the last week and beat it, but I checked out your VODs and you played about 99.9% of that game.
Yeah.
I was like scrolling through it. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to see what Wooly thinks of the ending. And I'm like, oh, this motherfucker is like 25 minutes from the end of the game.
Nice. That's cool. I, I couldn't tell whether I was going to be a full session left or not, seeing as the narrative tools they use towards the end are
Yeah,
somewhat deceptive.
So, that game. Okay, so that game's great. Can we agree? We can agree on that.
Fantastic.
That game is like visually astonishing. Like when it's got the cool old look, but then it goes for some really just super crazy art design and cutscenes, and the first person sections. Just man, oh man, it's
Like I
great.
said, a hard cut to full screen kanji is a mood.
Yeah, Achtung, Achtung, all this weird
Mm-hmm.
fucking future German shit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it is the first time in a long, long time that a game like legitimately, I'm gonna use air quotes, got me in terms of its progression and mechanical implications.
Mm-hmm.
I did not get got on Nier Automata, right?
Mm-hmm.
I because I had played Nier, so I was on the assumption that something was up. Signalis absolutely got me and like torpedoed my shit for a good 10 minutes and thoroughly confused me for a good long while as to what it was actually doing.
Okay. Now, was that based on the ending, or was that based on like approaching that point?
That was based off of the 2/3 mark,
Okay.
or
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Yeah.
3/4 mark through the game,
Yeah.
where the game
Okay.
decides to really just start to fuck with you hard a
Mm-hmm.
lot.
Mm-hmm. Um.
Uh,
So it felt for sure like it was a detailed love letter to survival horrors of the past,
mhm,
and I could feel the references that I wasn't getting. I
mhm.
also like, one thing about it is it wears its references on its sleeve.
Like quite absurdly, literally, in that the marquee shot for the first trailer was Motoko Kusanagi looking robot busting her arm off trying to open
Precisely.
something.
Precisely, right? Like, there's no pretending with that.
But then in the final version of that shot where you see what she's trying to open, it's the fucking pressure release valve that's on the side of an Ava plug tube. Like it's the same design as that
Yeah.
handle, and you're like, oh, it's
Um,
the Evangelion reference also.
and then at the same time, like, I had a moment where I walked up to a uh, hand puzzle
Mm-hmm.
and just like, I'm like, we're just doing it. We're not even gonna pretend. We're just straight up doing it. You
So
know?
I saw an interesting. I was talking all sorts of praise about this, and I saw somebody describing how they are not uh, they have not played many survival horror games, and they do not believe that they have watched or have played the games that this takes reference to, and whether or not that is important to the thing. I would say that's not important at all to actually appreciating it, because the kinds of references and callbacks and like love letter to survival horror, none of them are actually important to understanding or appreciating the game. It's just you're going through it and going, oh wow, they really like they really like this.
X
So
or
like the
Y,
save
yeah.
points are Silent Hill 2's save points. Exactly. And then you later on encounter the big version of Silent Hill 2's save point that is the multi-red square.
It flashes to red. I mean,
Yeah.
makes a noise for sure.
You start the game in a fucking dirty bathroom staring into a fucking mirror.
Yeah.
And like there's two levels to that I really appreciate. One is that it's a Silent Hill 2 reference, and two is androids don't need to be in a bathroom and they don't need to look at themselves in the mirror. So it has a connotation to that character as
and
well.
That being said, even though it has a lot of these references and it's being overt with them, it's not trying to hide them in any way, shape, or form. It does have its own setting and characters and plot, and it does a really good job of like sprinkling out the information, giving you too much information in a way where you're almost like you're not sure what to really parse and what to just kind of throw into the pile.
So for a game that has like one of the it's so some of them are so on the nose I couldn't believe it. Like the location, the third location's name is just the same exact name as like the final Silent Hill 1 location.
Okay.
And it works the same with the lack of continuity between the rooms.
Yeah.
But for something as like violently confusing for most of its runtime, I feel like I want to even be stronger than that as to like it's fucking bewildering for most of its runtime as to what is actually occurring in that game. It actually, in that final level, you get the important chunks like little by little, and like huge slots of the narrative start to like just lock into place. Like okay, and despite the ending being kind of confused, like I'm gonna say the physics of the plot are fairly confusing by the time you get to the end. The actual through line and understanding of the events is extremely clear.
So I feel like what you're kind of doing as you're getting all this information, Signalis is the game. As you're getting all this information is like you're getting introduced to, again, like types of robots, types of units, and locations, planets, and details about how the structure and the government works and whatnot. And you're kind of like going like, okay, this is all background, sure. But then every once in a while, like you'll see a name that stands out as like, oh, that name's important, right? So this is something to pay attention to. Okay. Or like this archetype is important.
Right. And then you'll get some kind of weird ass dream sequence that doesn't make any sense until you find
a letter
what
or
that
something.
Dream sequence is based off of.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So there were a couple moments of I guess just I'll call it like timed narrative. Like there's one of those first person sequences. A lot of those are great. I really like. We talked about those before. They're really well done. There's one of them where it's kind of like you have a time limit and to pick up those pages and read them. And I guess I missed one. Because I turned left instead of right.
I know exactly what you're
talking about. But in the end, I feel like for something that is like just paying all this love to all the genres, and survival horror mechanics, and like absolutely just going no, this is a direct one-to-one homage to this thing. Really solid, standing on its own two legs plot that like with or without getting those references is really good. you know?
Yeah, so I mean, I could go down the list, and I could somebody in my chat made a joke when I was going from the 3rd level to the 4th level, which was, oh, now we're going to the lab,
Mm-hmm.
because the game follows the Resident Evil progression of stages
Okay.
exactly,
Okay.
which is mansion, guardhouse, mine, and lab. like,
Um,
like exactly.
hmm What I would
And
say though,
those aren't like exactly one to one. It's not exactly a guardhouse. It's not exactly, um,
what I would say though is that the part where you, um, if you didn't know any of the games or the genre at all up to this point, you
mhm.
would probably struggle. I know I would if I didn't recently play through like Silent Hill and get used to what that was
Yeah,
about.
you recently played through the game's primary influences.
Yeah, and that was perfect timing because like the nature of what you're asked to do with your inventory is it's almost like walking into Dark Souls for the first time and kind of
Yeah.
going like, "Oh, this is not like every other action game I've played." Like if you just try to treat that like anything else, you're going to hit that huge horrible wall and like suffer for a while until you start realizing empty pockets is the only way to go, you know.
Yeah, so I felt we talked last week about how I had a fairly typical survival horror fan's response to much of the game's first 2 levels, which was, I can't shoot anything. What if I need it for later? And I was pleasantly surprised that their solution to that behavior is to make that completely intolerable in the back half of the 3rd level and for the 4th level. There's no way to fucking navigate that final space without pulling out your fucking guns and
Mhm. Mhm.
zapping a bunch of guys.
Mhm.
You're walking into rooms that have like,
Cup
here's 4,
Yeah.
5, 6
No,
dudes.
there's a couple of fuck rooms that you walk into that are just like, "Oh yeah, no guns, huh? No ammo? Okay." You
And
know?
as a result, in that final level, they're treating combat rooms as like lock and key. Like, instead of having, oh, you need the fancy doll to open up the dollhouse, right? It's, you need the shotgun to bypass this room, period.
Yeah. There is something also hilariously callous about the way item pickup prompts appear
Hmm.
because they're you don't think twice about it as you will go through most of the game. But when you have to run up to a key item and pick it up as things are on your ass in a room full of death, and you get a
Hmm.
second message of are you sure you want to pick this up? Yes or no? Oh, did you pick no? Whoops. Like there's a level of like just pick the thing up. What the fuck are you doing?
It's
That this game is like, "No, we're going to fuck
it's a
you
really
over on that."
smart idea, because the usual mentality would be, if it's a room that doesn't have a puzzle in it and isn't a connecting hallway, you don't actually need to kill anything in there, right? Because then, who gives a shit? You'll never be back in there. But picking up items, like, this is one of the only games I can think of in the entire genre in which picking up items does not stop time.
Mhm. Mhm. Doesn't
So no, fucking shoot them all, shoot them all.
You can
Um,
still pause and reload, you know.
yeah.
That's there, but like you get no mercy on the item pickup.
The game
Um
does also a bunch of goofy, I don't know what to call it, like extra save shenanigans with your file.
as
Um,
in
like your data is being tracked as you die and reload games.
oh.
On your like, on your personality chart area of like your diagram, there's 13 little squares, and those, each one fills up when you die and reload the game, but not when you reset the game.
I don't think I've
Eh,
died.
okay.
I'm trying to remember, and I think I've survived the entire time, and I managed to scrape by.
Yeah.
Got low a couple times, but I haven't died yet, so I haven't seen anything with that.
um I really only have, the game is kind of immaculate and perfect, and I have a single issue, and that single issue has been solved by YouTube and people smarter than me, which is it uses the Silent Hill 2 method of determining ending states, which is tracking your gameplay metrics.
Okay.
However, they have really, really juiced the numbers on one of them. The quote unquote best one is actually like not the metrics you would think to get at all. And then it has a bonus super de-duper secret ending that required people to do like spectrographic analysis of the radio transmissions in the game. like ARG level nonsense.
Relax. Yeah, all right. So stare at that fucking photo like James, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's too much. That's too much.
But it's there for someone. I get it, but I just kind of mentally check out. Like a lot of the stuff with, for example, like the layers of Undertale when it first came out was super duper cool, and I was how fun was it to go through the narrative across multiple playthroughs?
Big fun.
Right, and then of course your super bosses to like cap off those narratives in a really strong way is great. The moment we get into the Gaster stuff, I'm out. I'm not in the going through the files. I'm not going through the folders. That's just not for me. It's for some people.
Not for you.
But, you know, I'm out on the Gaster stuff. You know,
it's too much.
Yeah. There's a.
You don't want to fuck around in fucking binary code to find out whether or not Sans is from a different dimension.
ARG shit. I mean, it can be done, but like, even in the okay, in the lightest use of it, you've got QR codes. You know, for your puzzles, or you've got your I guess your Fez alphabet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as like ways to go outside of the game. Yeah.
I fucking, that Fez alphabet shit makes me so fucking mad every time I think about it.
Yeah.
The level of fucking pomp and like, I'm the smartest indie developer. Fez is gonna change the world. Look, guys, I made a 1-to-1 alphabetic cipher. Oh, a Japanese game. Oh, fucking Phil Fish is such a fucking piece of shit.
I feel like the yeah, I like, again, it's definitely like it's in there for somebody if you're that person and you like taking your games to that level. You know, and people are going to be digging through those files anyway, right? So it certainly makes for a fun thread. But I like the things that are a bit more intrinsic, I suppose I'll call it. For example, Punch-Out secrets that pop up 30 years later.
Yeah.
That's awesome, because that's in the game. It's like, go look, did you notice the camera flash?
Like, actually pay attention, idiots.
Yeah, that's good.
Why aren't you paying attention?
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. And just, again, killing it on the aesthetics, top to bottom. All the robots are acute, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And I feel like some moments are practically layups for stream jokes. Like, really, you called it the Ara Ara? Like,
yeah,
you called it the Ara Ara? like, you know, we're just yeah, all right.
But yeah, no, it is a great goddamn video game.
So here's a thought. Like, I think in this, it's weird, but I feel like the lack of voice acting adds something to the mood here.
The only voice acting you hear in the entire game is that goddamn fucking apocalyptic sounding German warning message.
Achtung.
Yeah, it's the only spoken word in the entire game, and as a result, it's like very stark.
Yeah,
at how much that you feel that versus their own dialogue. Everything
is very creepy, and stays that way. But I feel like some good voice acting could, like, you know, probably be awesome for some of those cutscenes, you know, like Ito and stuff like that.
So it's an indie game, right? It's $20 and it's clearly lower budget. I think that you're right in that, like, some really excellent, stellar voice acting would improve it. However, I think anything less than that would have hurt it.
Detract.
And so not having it was the right decision. Because like there's very little dialogue in that game. There's maybe I don't know, like maybe fucking 200-300 total lines of dialogue in the entire game. So if like Adler was bad, that would be a fucking problem.
Yeah. However, remember that this genre is also partially defined by its bad voice acting in its references.
Yeah, but
this is the time where you're actually taking it seriously.
Yeah, because like Resident Evil 1 is definitively defined by its terrible, terrible voice acting. And Silent Hill 2 is defined not by, I would say, its terrible voice acting, but its incredibly strange voice acting.
Yes.
Right?
And then in the end, that's part of the charm.
I think that the setting they chose fucked them over in terms of ever deciding to have voice acting, because like I don't want anime voice acting with English speaking bad German accents.
Oh,
like
German accents.
I think that would be the worst thing in the goddamn world.
The German accents could definitely, yeah. What's that fucking what's that show with the country students in the high school?
Hitalia.
Yeah. It's me, Germany. Hello.
Somebody in the chat points out, what if it was just straight up in German? Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. If it just kept it completely German, that'd be fun.
I'm making the assumption that Rose Engine is a German developer. I'm going to now double check that. It's a indie developer duo. It is a duo. Okay. That's impressive. Yuri Stern and Barbara Whitman, 2 illustrators and game designers currently residing in Hamburg, Germany. Yeah. There you go.
So coming into it as well, I mean, yeah, we're you know, it's just, again, highly recommended, super duper good. The what I'll call it, the turn, you know, that you get to at that 2/3 mark, certainly left me like momentarily stunned.
Yeah.
And like bordering on.
It got me in trouble with the wife.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm like, hey honey, I'm all done with Signalis, and she's like, but I'm making dinner, I don't have time for this. And I'm like, no, I'm not done with Signalis, don't you worry. The game is tricking me.
No, it's great. It's great. I'm gonna go back and try to get that taken care of. Like, I could feel that I'm nearing certainly the end, but it was just hard to tell how much more they were gonna put there.
So you know how there's items you're picking up for a puzzle, the cards. That's the game's last puzzle. That's the final objective.
Yeah. Okay. Solid and short and sweet.
Man, okay, so 2 people made this, and then 3 people made Hollow Knight, and okay, we should definitely keep letting these. Man, how do I put this? This feels like how do I put that? This does not feel iterated. This feels like the game existed in a complete state in these people's minds, and then they just took it from their brain and put it onto the computer.
Well, I'm sorry to let you know, it probably was iterated. You don't get a game this clean without having many people get through it and touch it and course correct over the.
No, I know, but it's not a situation where like, oh, let's add this how do I put this? It feels like it was directed. There were no gigantic changes. That this was the exact thing that they had in their mind in terms of like gameplay. Yeah, no. How many bullets do enemies take?
Yeah.
How many? What have you?
I'm sure they worked on the the enemy behavior, and balanced that quite a bit. Before.
I can. It's funny because I saw when I was playing through it, there were people who had gone through it on survival. And had described that the entire game, it's not like it's harder, it's the entire game's combat balance and item balance is like completely different on a harder difficulty, because you go from, if you save enough you have plenty of resources for everything, to you just don't have enough resources for anything.
The only things that bug me, and I guess this is to be, I'm
the inventory limit.
Not the inventory limit. I talked about that.
It's
right?
too small. Even I think it's too small.
It is. It's stifling, but whatever. I got used to that, and that was fine. But like I said, trying to learn the rules in any game is something that I enjoy and I want to get down, and I realized too that, like, okay, so the part where you never know, you can't really expect any room to ever be completely clear unless you sacrifice a resource for that. Is like, okay, I get that, right? Otherwise the permanent threat is there, and that's part of what this game is about, the back and forth. This is where the challenge is going to be. But then I guess I had some moments where I'm like, wait for the targeting reticle to be as small as possible to ensure maximum impact damage and such. And I get 2 perfect targeting reticle shots off and the thing goes down, but then sometimes it's not 2. And that's where I go, but then why is it not?
Because enemies have variable levels of health.
Okay, right.
Even the same enemy has variable levels of health.
Yes. And this is where I go, oh no, like my calculations on my bullets are not enough. So I think 2 is enough to take care of something. Turns out it's 3, and sometimes even 4, or in shotgun's case, 1 good shotgun, but sometimes it's 2, and I'm like, oh fuck, like the enemies don't behave the same way even if they're the same type of enemy,
Yeah, and that's to create a feeling of stress over your inventory, because in a game like let's take RE2, right? Your standard zombie has the same amount of health as any other standard zombie unless they have a hat. And your bullets have a random chance to crit. But overall, it's going to take 6 to 9 bullets to kill an average zombie. If they fall down before that, then they're going to get back up. So go down and plug them until you have the extra blood thing. And I'm talking about the original Resident Evil 2, right? What this creates is a situation in which you can look at your inventory and you go, I have 17 bullets in my gun and I have 30 rounds in an ammo thing. Therefore, I know I can kill at least 5 zombies. Guaranteed. Right? And you can kind of solve rooms in that way. Signalis doesn't seem to want to let me do that. Like, I'll have 5 shotgun shells in the shotgun, and sometimes I can down like most of a room in 1 shot and then stomp them, and I'm like, cool. And other times it has taken 3.
Yes.
And that's 300% increase in bullets, man.
That's the thing. So when you fully load up a shotgun and you're like, I'm going to take this shotgun from here to the next save point, this can take care of either 5 problems or 2.
Yeah, that's wildly different.
That's a significant difference in problem solving. Yeah.
And then you get to the point where you're like, well, what if I run the gun with no ammo? I just run the gun. And then you get in the position where sometimes that went really well. And I pulled out a handgun and I was able to kill like 3 full enemies with just the 10 bullets in the handgun. And other times that got me like 1.5. And like, oh fuck, that didn't help. I should have left it in the box if it's only going to give 1.5. But then I'll take the handgun ammo with me. But now I only have 4 fucking slots to.
Yeah. Or if really you want to rock, if you want to enjoy your rifle, you have no choice but to bring that ammo with you.
Yeah, it really makes me feel that every health item in the entire game is placed as meant to be used on the spot.
Right. don't bother fucking walking with this. Pick it up and clear that slot. Did you do any merging of health items to create instant sprays?
I did a so when I was in the final zone, I recognized it as this is obviously the final zone, and I went into my inventory, and I did have like triple the amount of items I would need to beat the game.
Okay.
So I went and I had like 40 heals just sitting there. So I'm like, oh, okay, and then I combined all of them that I could every now and then. And then I got to the final boss, and the final boss, you're better off just bringing the auto injectors that heal you
Sure.
to full
that's
when you
the res. Those feel like they're
because you
made
can
for
carry
boss
3 of
fights.
those, and that's 3. That just increases your health bar by like 3 full health states.
Absolutely, yeah, that makes way more. That's what I did for most bosses that I could prepare for.
It's also nice that in the big boss fight in the beginning and the final boss fight, they drop ammo in the room with you.
Cool.
Like there's ammunition
you could get
hand, so that if you walked in with like actually nothing, you could probably do it.
I found out basically once I found out about the spray mechanic and the combining shit, I was like, okay, I got to do that more often. And then every time I ended up picking up a small heal, I was like, fuck, I'm in the yellow. I need this,
Yeah,
So.
and the heals are like designed around just use them now, dude, whatever, because they all like most of them take like a couple minutes to heal your health state. Like it takes they're over time.
And time is a real weird word. What does time mean? I'm like 30 seconds? Not quite.
I got through the whole game, literally couldn't figure out how long it takes those to heal a health state. Like it could be a minute, it could be 5. All I know is that I would use it, and then the next time I checked my health value, it was full.
I see Susie over there. What's up? Beat the final boss with no resources? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so
you can do it. Okay.
The final boss not only gives you like ammunition, but it also has a mechanic associated with it, assuming you actually fucked it so badly that you're walking in without any firearms either.
Here's something you could do. Okay.
The game does do something that is like very Resident Evil and cute. Is like the final note you read in the game about the final boss. It just goes, "Hey, you should leave some room in your inventory so you can pick up items."
Yeah.
No, you probably won't be able to beat the boss if you can't pick up an item.
I do appreciate the telegraphing of a couple of those moments. Again, when you see a door with 5 keys on it, you go, fuck.
Yeah, that happens like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. And you're like, you know exactly what this is, Better go fucking run those pockets, son. Mm-hmm.
There's 3 moments in the game that if you want to actually open the door all at once, you need to fill your whole inventory, like the whole inventory, to actually just even attempt it. But you can make trips.
Yeah. Phenomenal. Good stuff. Probably gonna wrap that up tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you like that like in a second.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'll go from there into my stuff.
Yeah, what's up with your stuff? I got more stuff, but I'll talk about it later. I just want to talk about Signalis because Signalis is so fucking incredible.
Yeah,
you should go get Signalis. It's $20.
Cheap, good, solid, fucking survival horror robot drama. Sad robots hanging out in Japanese classrooms.
Speaking German.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fascinating to see what does the German weeaboo want to make.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cool. It's very different.
No misses there. Yes. So like I said, probably gonna get a chance to finish that off, but I think we're gonna be back to normal this week as well. Looks like Reggie's doing much better. Got his first negative test.
Hooray!
So you got to get the double tap, and once Once we're confirmed on that, we will resume, and then I can finally become a bayonetter.
Oh,
but
goody. You get a bayo nut all over the place?
all over the place. Looking forward to it. But yeah, that's gonna likely resume. I'm gonna say probably Wednesday. Assuming everything's good. Yeah, did a couple things this week, but I guess like schedule wise, some stuff's gonna shift around quite a bit, and we're gonna have to figure out some channel details and stuff that me and Reg are gonna arrange. Yeah. So I got a not super great call this morning that more or less confirms that despite despite my best efforts over the last couple years, I have now officially got the Beatus.
The Diabeetus.
The Beatus is now.
I'm sorry I don't have the mustache to give this its proper
No
gravity.
It sucks. It fucking that's some shitty shit. It's like, I knew I was in the range like prior. I was like pre diabetes is the state, and you're like, okay, you do what you can about that. And that was a couple of years ago, and like most of what I was doing up until that point was like, backing it off, rescinding it, doing what I can. Pandemic fucked a lot of shit up, obviously, stopped boxing.
Yeah, that pandemic, not helpful for anyone.
No, a lot of people, had, like, for me, it led directly to, the lack of me going out to get my regular training and whatever. The one thing led to another, but ultimately that is what happened, and that's where I'm at. So, this has happened before, and that pretty much means okay, go time. So go time has been activated, and go time pretty much consists of massive changes all around, some of which are going to impact my recording schedule.
Really, that much, huh?
Yeah. So like, I mean, basically, because what I was doing before was like, a regimen that consisted of like, again, boxing training multiple times a week, and then like running in the morning and stuff like that. This time around, making it work with the new situation is going to be a little more like home training involved. So like I have a rowing machine. I'm rowing half an hour every morning. And I'm also going to be doing some boxing from home, because I got this thing that is pretty cool, actually, and I'll I guess segue into that. It's called a wipe. Yeah. Hey, there you go. This guy. No, there's a thing called it's called a light boxer, and what it is essentially a DDR pad on the wall, and you punch it.
I've seen these things. Yeah.
You punch it to music rhythm or to like training classes, and then you try to basically keep your movement up, keep your cardio up, keep your force up, and you have to hit it, and you get your 12 or your 16 ounce gloves and put them on, and essentially do the Fist of the North Star thing, except to get yourself in shape. And it's a lot of fun, and the most fun I enjoy exercising and getting in shape is through boxing. So gonna be doing that on a regular basis, and so far this thing has been really dope. It was an ordeal to get. For something this cool, it fucking sucks that it's like, one, only ships to America.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
I had to use a courier service to like have them ship it to the border, and then they brought it from the border to me.
Fuck off.
And then once I had it installed and set it up and had it in place, the service, because it basically works with an app off your phone, and you sync the two together, so you pick your music off of that or whatever. And that app only works if you have an American account for either Android or iOS. If you are in Canada, you literally can't even see the app.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
just like completely restricted, like fuck you if you're outside the states type of situation.
We actually had to do something very similar. Paige has a Peloton exercise bike, and we had to have it shipped to some guy in Ontario who would then rent a truck and then drive the truck full of exercise bikes out to Quebec, because they don't sell to Quebec, because the Peloton programs, the exercise programs that you do, are only in English.
There you go.
So they were not legally allowed to sell things in Quebec.
Yeah. So I had a guy drop it off from, it went over to like New York, and someone drove up from there and brought it. And then for the app, like it was a whole thing, but I eventually figured out how to, like, just basically you have to make a new iTunes account, and then it has to be an American account, and an American account requires an American address, an American phone number. So you got to fucking do a whole rigmarole.
Can we stop geo-locking exercise, please?
Yeah, but I was able to eventually figure that out, and then get it set up, and so now it's working fine. I just, as long as I don't tell them where I am, hopefully they won't remote destroy it inside my house and kill me,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah. But so that's what I've been doing. I've been using the Lightboxer, and that's going to be part of the thing. But yeah, I'm probably going to be going as well back to some sort of more intensive training multiple times a week, which is going to, my choices are basically like during when I record or before I record. And in order to do that and I guess rest and then start the stream and
record sweaty, man, properly,
gonna need to push things forward a little bit. So probably gonna be starting, I'm gonna say 3 from now on, but it'll be touch and go as I figure this out.
That's the 3 p.m. the Eastern.
That's 3 p.m. Eastern, and if it's too tight, then I'll push it back even more, and it'll.
When are you starting now?
1 p.m. Eastern.
Starting at 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, we have a daytime stream more or less, that bleeds into the evening, but this might push things back a bit. But whatever. It's like, all that. It's like, shit's important. Gotta fucking get rid of this, because fortunately it's type 2, not type 1, so you can get rid of it. And I ain't going out like Patrice. So
well, to be fair, Patrice isn't the kind of guy who blindly ignored his health issues. Patrice O'Neal was a man who discovered he had health issues and then wondered if he could faith heal it by shoving hookers onto the disease. With as much cocaine as he could get a hold of.
In the stuff he was doing, like in the last right before the end, like he was trying, he just wasn't trying hard enough. Like I remember.
I know. I'm just saying you didn't have the cocaine and hooker fueled lifestyle hanging out with Jim Norton that Patrice O'Neal had.
Yeah, I think his best years were left behind in Brazil. I think he got over that, the Como years. But but what I do recall is like he definitely was concerned and talking about a lot of that stuff, in his last appearances and shit and whatever.
Like,
so,
for example, my father told me that everyone in my family has a history of heart disease, right? And I go, oh, that's tough. And so every time I go to the doc, I get checked up and I'm like, how's my heart? And they go, it's fine actually. Your blood pressure is actually pretty good too. I go, that's weird. And so I thought about it. I'm like, oh, wait a second. Does my family have a long history of heart disease? Or is it the fact that every single member of the Boivin family was a fucking 2 to 4 pack a day chain smoker since they were a 10-year-old?
Yes. Right.
That might have had something to do with it, Dad. All those cigarettes you smoked in the car.
Yeah. Like I've mentioned it before, but like my family's pretty healthy. I'm basically the only overweight one, and there is I did talk about how like
video games.
Well, it's not even just that, but like of the like when they're like these are the groups of people that are the most long lived on planet Earth, on the top 10 list of like longest living groups are Seventh-day Adventists.
What? Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to describe an ethno group. I didn't think you were going to describe a religious organization.
Because the grouping can be anything, right?
Okay.
It's not just like ethnic, it's not just like country or nationality. It can be any grouping whatsoever that creates information that can be statistically useful.
And what you're saying is that as you broke away from the church, you have been cursed with unhealth.
Precisely. Whereas they remain clean, and what it kind of comes down to is, because there's something that used to be preached called the health message, you know,
right?
And it was straight up just like, here's how to like live a healthy ass life and eat super clean, you know. So, you know, Bible or not, Ellen G. White or not, you're still gonna be getting a ton of health benefits from doing what they do, and they live a long ass time. Top 10 on the planet.
Damn, Wooly.
Yeah.
You should go back to church.
I should go back to church. Yeah. Anyways. Nah, man, it sucks, because I know that it never really goes away once you get it. Once you're in, it's there. You can make it go into remission. But
I got a buddy of mine who successfully beat it after about 10 years of diet control and
so
all
even
that.
After 15, 20 years, it's still called remission. It's not defeated. You know, but providing you don't fuck up, that's kind of where you're at.
That's what people with cancer say, but like, remission's so lame. Just say you beat the cancer and you'll never have to think about cancer a whole day in your whole life ever again.
Yeah. And you know, and I mean, like, the timing couldn't be fucking, the timing is pretty, as we mentioned, like, a lot of people got fucking hit during the pandemic, and a good dude that I used to test with back in the day, just unfortunately he just passed away as well, and similarly couldn't get things under control, you know. And it's, you know, you see examples around you of like, the last 3 years, a lot of people went from wherever they are to 2, maybe 3 steps worse from that. You know?
Yeah, no, the fucking COVID has had a wonderful knock-on effect of, hey, did you have a health condition that was moderate or under control? Your weakened immune response from the vid may be knocking you one peg down on the healthy rank enough to activate whatever your latent whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Not you personally, but like everybody who got COVID seems to be getting sick more easily.
I also got told that I'm a little low in my vitamin D, which is like, I've never had that before, but yeah, that makes sense. Sunlight is a thing that needs to be chased.
Paige,
gotta go get my copy of Bucktie.
Before we moved from Quebec, Paige went to the doctor and she's like, this and that, and then she was like, you are astonishingly, catastrophically low in vitamin D. And it was like, well, hiding from the earth in the basement of our house that didn't have many open windows, definitely. So then we took some vitamin D supplements, and now out in BC there's sunlight everywhere, and you know, we're out all the time, so we're good. But there was that period of like, the sun, huh? How about that?
Yeah, no, got to figure that out. Also, yes, I'm like the you know, obviously the sooner this kind of shit gets taken care of, the less of a knock-on effect it has on everything else. And I definitely do. I'm happy that I don't have to deal with an insulin situation, which, I mean, that's like just one of the number one most bonkers things in the States, admittedly. Although, according to some tweets on Twitter, I hear it might be free. So who the fuck knows what's going on?
Hey, if you ever wanted proof that rich people don't know what they're doing, go fucking look at all the businesses being affected by Twitter. Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah, it's I don't. But anyways, that's you know, the type 1 stuff where you have to just inject it every day is like, that's a rough one, man. I'm you know, fortunate that that's not the situation I'm in. But anyways, all this to say, this will affect the schedule. Therefore, I am bringing it up and discussing it.
Wooly, why'd you move the time? Because the sugar.
The sugars, plural.
The sugars.
That's what old black people call it the sugars.
Wait, really? But
Yeah.
it's just the one blood sugar.
No. Like back in the day, you're like,
Yeah.
oh, what's wrong with Uncle? Oh, Uncle's got the sugars. You know how it is.
Oh, really? I did not know that. That's
Yeah.
the sugars made me do it. They made me move the schedule over.
There's a lot of like really interesting coded language, especially for like older black generations, about like things that things that they didn't have words for, but they just found ways to describe it. It's like, oh, don't mind me, I have bad nerves. It's like, what's happening? Why you what's going on? It's like, oh, I have bad nerves. It's like, what is that? That's anxiety. Yeah. You're having an anxiety attack, but we just called it bad nerves back in the day.
My mother would describe herself as neurotic, and it's like, Mom, I think you're having a panic attack. No, I'm just a little strange. No, you're freaking out.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Fighting his demons, right? In the bottle or whatever. Anyways, there's a whole thing to it, but yeah. That'll be happening. So. We'll see how it goes. That being said, hopefully I can join you in your progress, as you've been fucking crushing it and looking kind of like...
a lot of that. I really think a huge proportion of that early weight loss, so I've maintained that 40 pounds that I lost, or 40, whatever the fuck it was.
You're looking like that photo of you from my fucking Game Buzz video.
Okay. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. But I feel like that first 45 pounds, which I've then maintained, I haven't lost any more since then, was a combination of diet, lifestyle, lack of Quebec. That's a big one. And the wild stress of moving all the way across country and setting up the house and the way that we live, and just like stress is a really good way to make yourself lose a bunch of weight, because you get through a whole day being so stressed out that you don't eat anything. And then when you do eat something, because you have to eat something, it's healthy instead of trash.
Yes. I have watched the weight peel off of my body due to stress in the past. It's kind of crazy how effective that works.
My beard's coming back now after I trimmed it. And one of the things that I noticed is that when my mom she occasionally checks in on the podcast or like one of my streams or whatever, and she's like, "Where did all that white come from in your beard? It wasn't there when you left." And it's like, ooh.
That being said, I'm unfortunately inflicted with, like, I really love this city, so I won't be able to shake off the lack of Quebec symptom that you've listed anytime soon.
I had a long history of reasons to leave.
Understandable, absolutely. But like someone that was born and raised here, and like, There's I have enough love here that I intend to stick around. I really, really like it. But there's some shitty shit.
Right, and, up until they make doing LPs in English illegal.
Yeah. Well.
And then you'll move to London, Ontario. Or fucking would you ever consider Hamilton?
I would never. Thank you.
Man, that's one of the oh man. Yeah, if Gotham City was offering like a fucking 4-bedroom for like $600, and it was like a nice 4-bedroom, but it was like in Gotham City, would you move there? I saw that question on Twitter a little while ago, and I was like, oh man, I don't know. Oh, that's tough.
No, but like, again, like the shit that gets bad here does suck, and I know like every place has its sides that you kind of only learn after some time passes, but no, I really do like I don't know what to say. Like I love Montreal.
I'm not telling you to leave.
No, I'm not. I'm not to you, to them. There's a lot that is keeping me here. So that being said, though, what else is going on? So a couple things beyond the aforementioned big ones.
Mm-hmm. I have
I
a piece of news. Fucking Twitch exports onto YouTube are piles of shit lately, and everything uploads at 360p.
Nice.
The fuck is up with that?
Sick.
Stop that. I'm having to fucking export them and then delete them and then re-upload every single video for the past week.
Wow.
Sucks. Because they all get stuck at 360p.
Yeah, I don't think we use that tool at all. I think we just do the download.
It used to be
and
very convenient.
Yeah. I saw Wakanda Forever.
How was Wakanda Forever?
Wakanda Forever was pretty good.
Did the white people act in solidarity by not going to see Wakanda Forever?
They did not. However, there was a really loud, stupid ass chick in the beginning that was annoying the entire theater, who then got yelled at by another angry chick who got up and was like, yo, we paid $30 for this fucking movie. Shut the fuck up. And it just kind of became like, I guess they're just drunken kids trying to fucking, entertain each other type shit. And, someone went to go get somebody, and before that happened, they, I guess, read the room and made their exit while screaming as loudly as possible to, like, go, ha, we're going to stick it to you.
Yeah, you're really sticking it to me by leaving before someone kicks your ass.
Pretty much.
You right? Got me. You got me.
Yeah. And those situations are always, like, those are fucking, like, you got to make a call on them, because I've definitely, stepped in to be like, yo, seriously, could you fucking, do you mind? But you have to make a read on whether or not you think that person is going to just make it worse at that point, right? Because if you think the person if you think there's a chance, just based on the way they're behaving, that, like, you can appeal to some reason in them, go for it, right? And if it escalates to that point, then stand on it. But if you look at it and you're like, yeah, this person's just going to make it worse and just they love the fact that they're being annoying, it's like, you got to just go get somebody right away. Don't even bother.
I remember I was at Iron Man, and the guy right next to me just loudly talking and was, like, pulling out his phone to talk on the phone.
Yeah.
And when I was like, can you fucking not? And he threatened to stab me. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
You have to, because the thing is, you have to take the lack of social cohesion. You have to take into account the fact that, like, the type of person who starts step A doesn't understand steps B or C, right?
Yeah.
So appealing to, again, like, you're gonna have it's a hard call to make, but chances are they don't understand, again, social situations like this. They already made a decision this fucking selfish.
Yeah.
They're the main character. Why would they understand being asked to stop, and now that's embarrassing, and now they look bad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I really do fucking... One thing I envy America for is the goddamn Alamo Drafthouse, because that is an institution, and the times I've went, it's been fantastic.
I thought you were gonna say the ability to, like, concealed carry, so you could solve that problem, like, right away.
Yeah, that's another one.
You would think that in the U.S. people wouldn't talk in movie theaters anymore.
So I was listening to a podcast where someone was talking about how they're like, man, I bought some tickets to go watch a movie at the Alamo Drafthouse, and we got there late, and they fucking kicked us out. They said we couldn't go in, and, like, that's bullshit, man. And I'm like,
it's rules.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Like, there's one place you can go where they don't fucking give a shit about your nonsense, and they want you to have a decent experience watching a fucking movie, and you pay for that. So if you bought those tickets thinking that it was like any other theater, fuck off. You deserve it. Absolutely get kicked the fuck out.
That's good.
It's the one thing. It's the one thing that theater is for. Go to any other theater.
We went and saw something at the Alamo Drafthouse when we were down in Texas, and, like, it was some piece of shit movie about witches or something in fucking Swedish. I don't remember the fuck it was. That movie was terrible, but the movie experience was incredible.
There you go. Great.
Even the shittiest movie was like, oh yeah, put my feet up, just relaxing. Got this. I don't know what the fuck I ordered. I ordered, like, a chicken or something. Like.
Does anyone near you suck? Tell somebody and they'll get tossed. get bounced the fuck out.
Paige,
You know?
I just called you Paige again. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that
I
is
gotta stop
embarrassing.
doing this. Basically, there's two people
I
I
know I'm
talk
cute,
to
but Jesus.
all the time. I know. All right, well, never mind the point that I was going to make. That's embarrassing.
All right, well, anyway. Yeah, so...
This is like when I called... You ever call an English teacher or like a teacher mom? You ever do that?
Oh, no, but I've heard kids do that.
I did that once.
I've watched
and
them
like,
die.
I am turning beet red just remembering it,
Yeah,
actually.
I've watched people die. Yeah, for sure. Don't do it. Anyway, though, yeah, so the theater experience I remember too is like it was so weird because in high school I was just like, oh yeah, go to the movies with your friends, have fun, whatever, you know, and enjoy it, but whatever, within reason. I never had to think about like volume levels. But I remember going on Cheapie Tuesdays.
Oh no.
Turned me... as I was sitting in the theater on Cheapie Tuesdays, I turned into a movie snob. like I felt it happening, because it's like if you go to a kids movie and there's like kids running around in the theater, that's understandable because it's a kids movie, you know. But like we'd be going into like fucking, I don't know, like Road to Perdition, and someone's got a stroller with them, and
I'll
and
never
you're like,
forget.
what the fuck are you doing?
Never forget, me and my friend Fuggins were at a 9 p.m. showing downtown of Clerks 2. And somebody was sitting in the front row with a, like, 8-month-old infant who started to cry because the movie was loud and it scared them.
Insane, man. You know, like, it just, like, Cheapie Tuesdays, like, it, you know, it brought out the worst. It brought out the worst.
Somebody yelled out, "Yeah, yo, turn your baby off."
yeah, I remember that.
And then Fuggins yelled, "Nah, just put it on vibrate."
Yeah.
At which point the lady like stormed out furious. I'm like, what level of respect do you want to have for yourself?
Like, if you're at... The only time that shit works is if you're at the Fantasia Film Fest, which is like made for the crowd to be goofy.
Oh yeah, that shit's made for insane. Like, there's no rules.
We're there for it. Exactly. It's the environment is a party in the theater, you know, like, then totally. But and yeah, that I feel like someone stormed out of a Cheapie Tuesday after the credits rolled, and then went and then filed a business name for the Alamo Drafthouse. You know, like, I feel like that was 1-to-1. You walk out of that experience and you create that business. And then something about, I think Tarantino was involved in like setting up the idea of like these quiet enforced theaters.
I think Cheapie Tuesdays was the first time, like when I was like 26 or 27, was like I just went to, I don't even remember what it was, but I went to go see a movie by myself because, like, fuck it, it's cheap. Nobody wants to go see it. I'll go see it, whatever. And I'm in there, and it was such a miserable experience. I'm like, am I an adult now that I just hate all the people under 20 that are in this room? Like, I hate, like, I'm only a couple years older than they are, but like, fucking go back to school and die. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
And that's the thing, is like, if you're talking to a row of like 7 kids, right, the funnier move to them is to get louder. You know, and depending on the age group, it might be, oh, sorry, and then explode later and you know, or it might just be like full on grade 10, like, yo, fuck you, we're gonna swing on you type shit. So anyway, but yeah, as that lady rightfully pointed out, $30 was fucking paid by everyone in that theater to enjoy the movie. Holy shit. Fuck you. And she shame walked out of there while screaming. Scream shame, whatever. Anyway.
By the way, to those of you in the chat and listening at home that are like, what the 30? What the fuck? You have to remember that 1 USD is 1.33 Canadian dollars. So inflate that, plus I assume you're at IMAX.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the reality of it.
Yeah. Okay, so Wakanda Forever. That was pretty good. In terms of just handling the situation they were dealt, doing a respectful job of it, and landing and nailing it. They did a pretty good job with that. All the stuff that I was kind of talking about when I saw that trailer of just like, okay, this movie is going to be like about loss. It's going to be about the mourning. They did a pretty good job with all that. Really, really liked that part. That stuff. And yeah, I'm not going to get into any spoilers. I'll just, but I'll say this, like, Angela Bassett fucking kills it. Super good. She is like, and as she should, like that's basically like a 90s black actor royalty in a way,
Mm-hmm.
when she comes in for a role, you're like, oh shit, yeah, okay, that's Stella. That's Stella from How Stella Got Her Groove Back.
I have a bit of silly question, and I don't know if this is a spoiler because it's actually very confusing to me as somebody who has not really seen much of the trailers, and I have not been following Marvel's Phase 4 at all, like at all. It's called Wakanda is it called Black Panther Wakanda Forever or just Wakanda Forever?
It's called Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
I don't know if this is a spoiler of a question, but is there a Black Panther in this movie?
The trailer shows you a Black Panther.
Okay. Is who that is supposed to be a surprise?
Yeah.
Or okay. So
the trailer shows you a Black Panther and doesn't tell you what's going on.
All right, because I've been like super confused about this.
Yeah. That's the way they marketed it.
It's never been overtly stated as to like if there'll be a replacement or not, or
Mm-hmm. They said they're not replacing Chadwick, is what they said, right? Okay. So they're not recasting Chadwick, is what, right? So it's like, yeah, fair. The impact of that would be, it would have been a bad call. But everything around that, like at least in terms of like, okay, so what are they gonna do? That's what they kind of show you in the trailers is like, there's gonna be something, but go see to find out what it is. Beyond that, again, it handles all that really well. The I want to say like the first half of this movie is what it looks like when you nuke the Bechdel test, like the Bechdel test in Shambles, like annihilated.
Okay, so like okay.
It's like, man, that's
when you say nuke it, do you mean like throw it in the trash or do you mean like destroy it as in a positive statement?
Oh no, passes it so hard that like nothing comes close.
The phrasing of nuke it is actually a little unclear.
Yeah, no, not fails it. Like passes it so hard that nothing's come close. It's like you've got basically like Black Panther's you got T'Challa's family members just doing their thing,
talking about shit.
Yeah, and in the end, like, some of the like my favorite character in the first one was M'Baku. Yeah. Challenger to the throne, and he stays classic, comes in, he's got some good one-liners, throwing in just proper just proper insults with that accent, like calling someone out a bald-headed woman. It's just great. M'Baku's wonderful. But there is a oh, and the other thing too is like, okay, be warned, this is a 2 hour and 41 minute movie.
Right.
So it's long.
Got it.
It goes. So don't go in expecting an hour and 30 and you're out,
Yeah.
And it takes the time, obviously, to like go where it's going and do all the things. I didn't feel like there was a ton that, like, it feels like they trimmed a bunch. There's a lot of shots where you're like, oh, that probably was
really
a whole
in a 2 hour 41 minute movie. It feels like they trimmed a bunch.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. That's not sarcastic. Like I'm like even at that runtime, it still feels like it got cut down.
Yeah. There's a couple scenes where they cut to like a moment or a conversation where you're like, oh, that was probably a lot longer, and then they just kind of got to they just snipped it to the core points and moved on, because this thing fucking runs. Here's the thing about it, And you know, this is I kind of touched on this a little bit when I saw Doctor Strange as well, but like now I'm really feeling it in Punch Mom as well. Um, it is a good movie, but I am definitely officially MCU'd out. It's like it is clear as day at this point that like all the stuff that starts to happen that's like the MCU stuff, which is pretty much when the action starts popping off, you know, and it goes down a certain way. Like the moment the action starts happening, you're like, it's an MCU action scene. Here we go. And then the MCU things start to happen, and it's like, oh man, I am not invested in this at all. I'm super invested in the conversation they were having 10 minutes before this fight started, you know? But now I'm like, yeah.
I actually really liked Loki, and I think a big reason why I liked Loki is there are like 4 action scenes in that entire fucking 12 episode series.
Yeah, they go a different way with Loki. They were, you know, and I think that's gonna be the key going forward is like trying to like decouple themselves from that formula and just make something that like tell a story that has characters that are interesting, and like if you have good writing, you don't have to, you know, like in comics there was a while where the comic stories also got boring. People got tired of what you would call cape shit, and then like interesting writers would come about and do things that would be like, oh well, that's fun, it's something different, you know. There's a wonderful comic where Wolverine is at a bar and he calls Spider-Man down because he's
I read that.
He's like he's got a mission to go on, you know. And like, what's the mission? Logan, fucking hang out with him for his birthday, just have a drink and talk some shit. It's like, oh damn, Logan's got nobody to hang out with. Okay.
Actually, come to think of it, when I was watching Moon Knight, I also felt the same. Every time his magic costume went on him, I was like, wow, I don't care about this at all. I want to go back to him being fucking nuts and being confused.
Yeah.
Like, that's way more fun.
So this movie has that, right? It has that feeling where you're like, okay, we're following what's going on, all the Wakanda stuff. All right. And now they introduce Namor, right?
Yes, Sue Storm's maybe backup plan after Reed bites it.
Oh yeah, you know, like Professor Fantasticuck.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Yeah. No, Namor shows up in this situation, and so he
seems like a cool fish man.
So you know what they do is the Submariner is a Aztec war god,
right? Okay.
Is the vibe, right? So instead
he's
of
Kotal Khan,
or fucking what's the other one?
Aquaman?
No. Anyway, there's he, instead of coming up looking like Leonard Nimoy with with the Hermes boots on, you got your Kotal Khan type Aztec dude, or you know, in his when he's in his full vibe and doing everything. For the most part, he kind of is talking and taking it off and being a character, you know. And that's it's an interesting mix up to the whole Atlantis sort of situation, and you know, not like going down in history as like one of the fucking strongest, craziest, most memorable, you know, like Marvel villains, but certainly like a good introduction to that character. And he plays well enough as like, because Namor's an asshole in Marvel. He's a hero, but he's an asshole, and then he's a villain, and then he's, you know, and you're like, what? Just, man, you know? And like, they're like, go ahead.
I have a bit of a strange question, because Black Panther had some problems, like particularly the CG and the action and all that stuff. But Killmonger is like hands down the fucking best villain that the MCU had at any point, because like some of it was he was talking sense, and he was just wildly charismatic, and he was also Vegeta.
Yeah. he was also right. Like,
Yeah.
like the best thing, like Killmonger was such a fantastic villain because Killmonger like comes in, right, and you're like, okay, when everyone saw Black Panther and like Wakanda in the theaters, and like the novelty of holy shit, this crazy what if super techno Africa existed, right? And you go, oh my god, that's so cool, like, and it's a very like touching moment of like, wow, what, like that's a cool fantasy setting to create. And then while you're lost in that, someone's going, hey yo, why didn't you come help us back when we were getting our asses kicked 20 years ago? Where the fuck were you when we were all dying, man?
Like, Marvel. So a lot of villain fiction or a lot of villain writing has this problem, but like Marvel has had it at least twice.
Yeah.
Did you watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
No.
Okay, so Falcon and the Winter Soldier has the exact same problem that Killmonger has. And that is the villain has like better and more understandable motives to the audience than the hero does. And thus the hero, the villain is like the sympathetic one and the one that the audience is starting to root for. And then they realize that they have written the villain in a way that the audience is rooting for them. And so they pull the glass and they hit the big red button that says, and then the villain said, and that's why we're gonna kill everybody.
Yeah. That,
and it's not a logical extension of what they were saying before. In Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the villains are about forced resettlement and forced repatriation of people who immigrated to countries when Thanos did the bullshit, and how they're all locked in legal limbo and being turned into refugees. And you're like, okay, that makes sense.
That's a real problem.
And they're engaging in mostly non-violent terrorist acts as a form of protest, blah blah blah. And then they hit this turning point where they're like, and then we're gonna kill everybody at the UN because. And like all of a sudden their dialogue doesn't even make any sense because the original plot of the story was not about that. It was about a disease that they had that they weren't getting medical treatment for.
Okay.
And so it's all chopped and screwed, and you're like, wait, why did they all just decide to stab every baby?
Well, unfortunately, you haven't seen the last of that. You know,
great.
That definitely does exist. But in terms of the bit with Killmonger, it's like, that's fantastic reasoning to be like, yo, assholes, we're dying out here, man. What are you doing? Right?
Like, why did Wakanda not help Haiti in its overthrow of its slave state?
And
why?
It's like,
why Wakanda? Why not?
Well, because the vibranium, though. We got to protect the vibranium. We can't. No, you know. The vibranium. We can't let anyone know about the vibranium, guys.
Everybody knows about the vibranium.
No, but we can't let them have it, though. Sorry. You're living on fucking Mount Olympus while we're fucking getting our asses destroyed. We're getting beat, man. Come on. And that's it. You know? So, like, when Killmonger walks up in there with that energy, you're like, yeah, he's not wrong. He's great. He's a fantastic villain. You know, now, did he need to fucking burn everything and whatnot? No, but you get it. You know? So, yes, exactly. That's the type of compelling shit that I love. Yeah, so in any case, though, you know, it's funny because, like, seeing as this is the sequel, I remember I was kind of wondering, like, will we then see the fruits of, like, Wakanda starting to be less of a dick towards the rest of the world? And it's like, yeah, okay, kind of. We got an outreach center over here. We're starting to help out over there. We're being kind of reluctant. But you're just like, damn, like, is a Wakandan citizen just as likely to drop a hard R on a random, you know what I mean? On a random, like, lowborn compared to, like, anyone else back in the fucking 1600s, you know? Like, you get, like, you want to see, like, hey, guys, like, please show me that you're helping the world, right? Please, because the fantasy is like it lasts for a second and then you go, okay, but really though, what's going on, right? Anyway, so
I feel like this movie has really exemplified to me exactly how done I am with MCU, because I felt no interest to actually watch it. I just want to know what happened in it.
Okay.
Do you like that? And that's how I am with comics.
Yeah.
I don't want to read comics. I just want somebody to tell me.
You want to know what
cool
the next step
happened.
of the thing is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And as a result, when I then went, okay, people are talking about the secret ending. What is it? And I go look at it, and I go, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
But I don't care enough.
Right.
Anymore.
So what I was able to determine from this is that, like, it's a good movie, but the MCU-ness is just we're at franchise fatigue. We're at Assassin's Creed. We're at that point where it's
you got there first.
We're at Assassin's Creed, man, and like, you know, I've been enjoying the movie, and it's and then it hits a moment where you're like, okay, first act, we got to go to an exotic location to do an exotic chase scene that leads to catching either the device, the MacGuffin, or character that needs to be setting up the second act. And after that big old scene, you can kind of just feel you've climbed the tower, Ubi points unlocked, right? Ubi tower unlocked. You're like, all right. And then back to the movie, you're like, cool, and we're in. And then it's gearing up for the next part, and you're like, okay, here we go. And I mean, there's some stuff that happens where you're like, in the revelations that happen in the middle of the action scene, like, there's some stuff that's like a new kind of hero joins the cast in a way that I'm kind of like, man, this is someone that joins is kind of like emblematic of the formula.
You can type it into the chat into the Discord. So you don't say it out loud, and I won't spoil. But I'm curious as to what you're describing, so I can go, oh, and then people can be frustrated that we didn't say it out loud. Right. Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So new character, new heroes around. And
what a great way to be introduced to that, which was the way I found out about that was people being mad.
Well,
how I saw that for the first time.
Oh yeah, were people mad about that? Okay,
people are very mad.
Okay, well,
the usual people.
Oh, okay. Well, in any case, yeah, if you know about, I don't know what the trailers have shown, but like, a new hero helps out the group at the end, and I just kind of am like, that also is emblematic of MCU fatigue, because the nature of like this type of character is I'm already tired of it, so
you know what else really stands out about MCU fatigue, and I really felt that way during Moon Knight, but I didn't mention it at the time, but now that I've engaged in more, I can feel it, is like you're having these really serious scenes that are like really like attempting to have some kind of emotional gravitas, and then at the 3/4 point in the scene, because you're afraid that the audience might actually be feeling an emotion, you throw in a Whedon quip to lighten the mood, so we can get back to the overall like haha comics, they're fun.
Okay.
And that was really bad in Moon Knight, because Moon Knight is so serious and he's so fucking ill. But when I watched fucking Avengers and all that shit, and I watched Spider-Man Far From Home, and I caught clips of Doctor Strange. Every single time you bring up Spider-Man, you don't need to make a joke about how he shoots webs out his asshole.
Right.
There are 4 different gags across 3 movies about Spider-Man shooting webs out his ass. Okay? Yeah, we get it. It's a spider.
But yeah, all this comes back to, like, yeah, the it does interesting things. It's a good, like I said, it's a good movie. It just has its its big like MCU action climaxes that are unfortunately the weakest parts because we're so tired of them. And
Does a CGI Black Panther fight a bunch of goons?
yeah, sure, absolutely. You bet your ass that happens.
Yeah.
But no, but still, I think it's if you, I mean, if you like the first one certainly, and you want to know more and you want to go more into that world and like follow it up and see where they're going with things, they do some interesting things, and I did enjoy that, So yeah, that's my little, without going into much further detail, that's where I'll leave it on Black Panther. What else?
Yeah, what else, man? What else is going on in the Woollyverse?
Oh yeah, so we talked about Signalis, talked about Lightboxer. The only other thing is I'm going hard on Gundam Evolution.
More, huh?
Yeah, really, really, really enjoying it, man. It's scratching that itch, and that that Overwatch fun that I used to have. Like, I'm really getting the enjoyment out of jumping in and going online. And I like I said, I identified some stuff that I want to unlock, and I tried switching around to different units. And like, this game, like, it's got legs. I really hope it doesn't like just kind of come and go in this state. This
you want to see it actually grow and have more stuff.
Yeah, this thing growing with more characters, more maps, more levels, all that shit I was talking about last week. Would really, really benefit it. Yeah, so I started kind of like, because some of the weeklies and battle pass stuff required like gun tank to be played. I switched over to gun tank and started playing that, and it's like, man, like it is. I mean, I guess the point of like a good team shooter like this would be that a character should be easy to understand what their goals are. But Jesus Christ, gun tank, like, its whole thing is, if you're in its giant reticle, it does guaranteed. It's the like Winston electricity, guaranteed locked on damage, right? And then you can target something for more specific bastion turret damage. And then you can do a Junkrat, big old kamikaze wheel style flying dive where you do the core fighter explosion and just wipe out the point. And I'm like, it is ridiculous how free the kills are when you play a character like that. Like, you can just hang back and support and just clean up all day. And basically, like, not all classes are made equal. They kind of put the difficulty up there to pretty much tell you. But I am feeling that, like, whichever class I'm playing, I switch over. I play Barbatos with the hybrid, but I switch over to full control for the rest. And like, yeah, I actually feel like controller is totally fine on this game.
Yep.
The
only time I fucked around with it, both mouse and keyboard and controller, and the only time I had trouble is like the characters that zoom in for sniper rifle shit.
Yes. And a really good GM sniper is gonna just wreck your team anyways, and it doesn't even matter, That is a major, that's a type that directly you cannot you can't compare the difference between like a thumb sniper versus a mouse sniper. But I guess, like, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, now, not every FPS certainly had this type of thing. Like, for a long time we always talked about the difference between when mouse and keyboard players could just destroy people on gamepads. But I guess the game design can kind of compensate for that, depending on the type of
movement
guns,
speed, and like weapon reticle and auto aim. There's a million things you can tweak. Oh man, do you want to hear the newest breaking news about Twitter that's actually somewhat important?
Sure.
Okay, so earlier today, 5 hours ago, Mr. Elon Musk says part of today will be turning off the quote microservices quote bloatware. Less than 20% are actually needed for Twitter to work. This disabled two-factor authentication on the site. So if you have two-factor and log out, you are locked out of Twitter probably forever. So if you have two-factor, which you should have, don't log out.
Wait, does it just revert to not two-factor login?
No, it says enter the verification code sent to, and then a bunch of asterisks because it doesn't have your phone number attached anymore.
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, sorry, it's only two-factor to your phone, which considering Twitter is a phone app, that's what 99% of people have it set to.
Nice. Good. It's good.
Do I have Twitter set to an authentication token? Let's find out. Parsec, Epic.
Personally, I thought the double verification was pretty sick.
I don't. I have it set to my phone. Yeah.
Wow.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's real good. Yeah.
Great. Anyways, yeah, that'll do. That's me. Check out the channel. We got Woollyversus. This week, gonna finish off Signalis tomorrow and play some other stuff. And then probably on Wednesday we're gonna resume with Bayonetta and Mass Effect.
Hooray!
Yeah, I think tomorrow, because if I've only got like 20 minutes left on Signalis or whatever.
I mean, depending on how long I checked it, and you were looking at that computer. So maybe 20 to an hour,
okay.
But it's definitely sub one sitting.
Well, if I finish early enough and there's time to pop something else in, I think I'll take a look at Sonic Frontiers, see what's going on with that game.
I'm also going to take a look at Sonic Frontiers this week because everyone has been telling me that it is great.
Good things.
Which is like the first time I've heard that from a Sonic game since I've literally never heard that about a Sonic game in my entire life.
Oh, that's not true. Sonic Mania was believed.
You're right. Sonic Mania did come out. People did tell me that was good. Okay, aside from Sonic Mania, that's the only time.
Yeah. But that's it. And then, of course, over on Woollyversus The Algorithm, go check it out. We got some fun clips dropping. And, yeah, there's some... What was the other one the other day? It was fucking something about... Oh, yeah. Reggie scums it out. Anne Orlando.
Oh, yeah? What the hell is that?
Well, Anne Orlando Archers.
Uh-huh.
Everyone waits with bated breath to see how he's going to deal with them. And the dice rolls, just the luck, the luck gods just provide him with the fucking banana peel spawn that the archer slips on.
That's bullshit.
And they're like, there's a 1 in 20 chance that banana peel spawns. And
I hate that. That's bullshit.
Yeah. So go enjoy that clip.
Oh, god damn it. Let's see. What else do I got going on? The main thing is the God of War Ragnarok came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I played about 12 hours of God of War Ragnarok. And right off the bat, that's a big fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is substantially... when you just feel how much bigger it is right away? It took me, most of a session to get to the part where I'm riding around on a canoe doing side stuff.
Okay.
It's a direct... it's not, what do you call it? It's not DMC 1 to DMC 3. It's DMC 3 to DMC 4. There's more moves, and you start with the Blades of Chaos at the beginning this time, and whatnot. But there's still the same gear system, the same gameplay system. You're hanging out with the boy and Mimir on your boat, talking about stuff, going to do, God of War shit. It does have one really, really, really massive change that the game kind of hides from you for a long time, but it has an issue with what I'm going to call interface spoilers. So
Okay.
the game has a really excellent amount of options, just like a lot of the other Sony games. There's tons of stuff for like auto pickup or disability options, or visual indicators, or remappable controls, etc. Right? And then the tutorial prompts and stuff like that they give you is extremely clear, extremely clear. And there's one interface spoiler. So there's one part of the interface that is too clear, because it's when the game is explaining you your controls when you get Atreus, and Atreus has you hit the square button and Atreus shoots the arrows, right? And the issue is in the God of War 1, that button was called like the Atreus button, right? In God of War Ragnarok, that has been renamed to the companion button.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Wow.
I saw like that is like the first 40 minutes of the game, and I saw that, I'm like, oh, so that's what we're going to be doing.
That's what we're doing.
We're going to be switching out playable characters. And yes, the game does switch out playable characters at numerous points. And those other playable characters are thankfully a lot of fun to play as.
They could have done something. They could have picked a word like assist,
Yeah,
to just not put an inference on that.
Yeah, like, and there's another problem. When you look at the skill list, Kratos, you get to see all of Kratos's future skills. They're just locked by upgrades, right? And they're like, and then you get Atreus, and his skill list unlocks, and his entire skill list is like 4 skills in this tiny upper left corner of the fucking screen, with like 90% is just a blank page.
Right.
And you're like, I wonder what those are going to be for.
Yeah. Okay, so the interface spoils you.
Like,
interesting.
Like, and it's weird because it builds up to it as like, can you believe you're actually? It's like, yeah, dude, your fucking level up screen told me that like 9 hours ago. Like Elden Ring's best trick is to lie about how big the map is. Elden Ring only showing you the diameter, or sorry, the borders of the map that you've actually been to or unlocked. And so the map actually like quintuples in size by the time you get to the end of the game was genius, because it hid just how much there was. This game horribly screws that up.
Telegraphs it.
It's right away. Other than that, hey, yeah, good game.
It's almost like I'm like back in the era of like loading screens that just show you what's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, the game plays pretty much the same. Plays great. The areas are fascinating. Exploring around and talking to the boy in the head are cool.
Question about that. I remember, so from the last one, it felt, if I remember correctly, like it was approaching that ending was like, this is just about to, but does not overstay its welcome.
Yeah.
Right? In terms of the gameplay loop and how that felt. In this case, is there enough different going on that it's like refreshing? Or is it just that it's been long enough that you can come back to it? But if you were to play these back to back like the Bourne Identity movies, it would be like, oh man, this is way too close.
So I think so if you play them back to back, you're going to run into the issue that Kratos does, unlike many other action game protagonists, he's being reset to default Kratos. You do start with the blades like pretty much right away, but he still has to re-unlock most of his moves that he got. So that's rough. And it looks like peak end of game Kratos, from what I'm looking at least according to the skill tree, is going to be more or less the same as what you were messing with at the end of God of War 1. Sorry, God of War 2018 1.
Yeah. You said 1 before, and I was like,
It sucks. But the fact that they're mixing and matching who you're actually
just
playing
as. Just call it GOW God of War.
It sucks so bad.
New.
Also, like so far, like almost every single enemy has been new, including a nice little gag where Kratos insta-kill cutscene murders a enemy they overused in the first game.
Nice.
Like, you know those trolls that you had to fight 3 times?
Mm-hmm. The big.
Like, one shows up and Kratos doesn't even come out of the cutscene and just chucks his head off.
Nice.
And they go, huh, those trolls again, huh?
Yeah.
And then they just move on. And it's like, okay, I understand what you're doing here. I appreciate that.
Good.
So far, yeah, it's a really high quality, $shit-zillion Sony produced first party game that has a really interesting. Well, no, it does not have an interesting story. Actually, the story is awful. The character writing and interactions are great, and I very much enjoy every time the characters interact and talk to each other. But like the actual, like, hey, here's what we're doing. Like, who gives a shit? We gotta go get the guy. Why? Oh, we gotta go do this, Dad. Like, who gives a fuck? Like,
It's an excuse to have fun conversations.
It's just an excuse for Mimir and Atreus and Kratos to talk and argue about bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Which, I mean, to be honest, if you have strong characterization, but you have like your overall plot is lacking, like you can hide that really well because you enjoy spending time with these people.
Yeah, no, they're very character centric games. Like the plot is I mean, they want me to not think that the plot is cool, but it's just like God of War. Like it's always like I have a goal. What's the goal? We're gonna go do it. Stuff got in the way while we were doing it. I'm sure there'll be a big twist, but I'm not. I don't care. Like I'm here for the banter, and for Kratos being an old man,
mm-hmm.
and hearing that in a flashback that his wife called him Grumbles as her nickname for him.
Nice.
Which I think is great.
That's pretty solid.
There's only one other thing to note, and it's this thing where, you know, you're solving a puzzle, right? And you're like, oh, do I freeze the water or do I, throw the explosive here or whatever? And right when you're about to get it, Mimir or Atreus goes, hey, did you think you could freeze the water? You could try freezing the water on that spot. And like the game is like, it doesn't give you enough time before it starts backseating you. And somebody linked a video to me, which was like a GDC talk about like the nature of like how to accommodate players with the God of War like dialogue flow.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like desperate to try and keep people from getting stuck on anything. So like there is a concerted effort to like really minimize the amount of time you could ever think about a puzzle by having the characters like kind of solve it for you after maybe 1 full minute of you looking
walk
at
up to it.
Yeah. So they kind of want you to solve them instantly, or within 60 seconds somebody will go, hey,
okay,
why don't you lift that part?
So hold on. Thought. Signalis puzzles.
Yeah.
Right?
Fuck off.
Okay. I enjoyed them. I had no problem with them.
Yeah.
But like it was kind of hilarious how like that water one is like, oh, you can just trial and error this, but it's going to take you a while. So
sure
right on the table is the solution. And the solution being there is you still have to just be like, okay, hold on, wait, what? Step by step. Okay, you still have to memorize it.
There's two things going on with the Signalis puzzles. Okay, first thing is Signalis institutes a inventory item that lets you take screenshots in game. Mm-hmm. Because puzzle solutions, you will need to have the actual thing to look at and cross-reference with the thing you're doing. Cool idea, but it really says a lot about the design. They were like, no, you must have an item in the game that can take a photo of this thing. And second time is that specific puzzle is the only puzzle in the game that just has the direct, like, it's not a metaphor, it's not a dream diary, it's not, it is, here's how you turn on the water.
Here's the answer to the puzzle.
And
follow the steps.
It's very funny because there is a similar water filtration puzzle in Resident Evil 3 original that is murderously difficult and can kill your run because it's pseudo randomized. So if you're speedrunning, it can ruin your fucking speedrun. and to the point where everyone looks up a guide for that fucking piece of shit because it sucks. And I'm doing that and I'm like, oh god, not one of these. And then right next to it is okay, no, here, just this is how you do this is how you do it.
And
it really stood out to me as like, oh man, they wanted to put that in, and then they gave it to somebody, and people got fucking stuck on it.
But that's where I'm talking about. That's where the iterative process starts to show itself. Is like that puzzle clearly was just too difficult, no matter what they did to it, and they went fuck it, put the answer down. It's still gonna take you some time to implement the answers into the thing, even if we give it to you. You know, yeah. So that's what happens when you hit the other side of the spectrum. With the puzzles,
like I think the joke is that the Sony first party stuff is being designed to accommodate players like DSP who don't pay attention and just like have to be told in the moment how to do it. But it is a little annoying that on 2 separate occasions, the instant that I solved the puzzle in my mind, but before I started to actively solve it with my fist, Atreus was like, hey dad, why don't you do this, you old dumb man? And I was like, oh, I guess I didn't solve it fast enough. The devs think I'm stupid. Darn.
But and then well, it's I'm being reminded of those moments that happen in real life where I'm sitting there and like a puzzle pops up and then it's a mental race between me and Reggie to be like,
oh yeah,
who's gonna call it out first? Who's gonna get there first? You know, like, hey, did you? Yeah, I saw it. Shut up. You know,
there's so many fun different variations of that. Like me and Paige will be playing a game and she'll be on the controls and we hit a puzzle and like, great, she's gonna take too long in the puzzle and people are gonna make fun. But more importantly than that, I have to solve the puzzle before her so that I can be smug about having solved the puzzle before her.
Precisely.
And on some occasions, I go, okay, honey, let me solve it, and then I fucking fail to solve it, which is now the worst of all conditions, right? That happened on Baba when we were playing Baba Is You. That happened like a dozen times. Like, oh, I have the solution because I'm so smart. Fuck. Shit. I don't. Damn it.
Yeah, I remember talking about stuff like facilitating the player and everything. There was Gene, right, friend of the show, Gene Park, Matt had a thread about, I want to say, the squeeze spaces in games like God of War and FF7 Remastered, where they actually got there was responses from I think a couple game devs in it, and it was an interesting discussion because basically Gene was pointing out that he's like, I hate these things because like while they mask loading, they they also are the type of things that are going to be stuck with the game no matter how far the tech goes in the future. Whereas old games with loading screens, now those loading screens don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Therefore, all of that masking, being in game, actually just makes it bad for the future.
What's strange is that the God of War devs actually responded to Gene and saying those aren't all loading screens. A lot of those are just for the story. And
boost points right after the fight to make sure that the fight is over before someone can come in, so that you can't leave your partner behind and shit like that.
Yeah, that just seems like a semantic argument. Like it's still like, I don't know, the whole, like, first of all, some of those are some of them are loading screens. Absolutely. I've been playing the game. There are some that you go through a fucking little crevice for fucking 10 seconds and exit out onto a giant vista. I don't care if you tell me that's not a loading screen. I don't believe you. I'm now being informed that the God of War talk that I skimmed through about appealing to less active players is in fact using DSP's footage as example, and they're graying out his face, but you can hear him talking. So the newest God of War puzzle solution helping thing is being designed so that even DSP can play it. To which I've informed that he's actually, even with a game designed specifically to his criteria, he is apparently not doing very well with God of War Ragnarok either.
Okay. Well,
are you familiar with the drama surrounding bear-proofing a trash can?
No.
So there's a logistical engineering problem about bear-proofing a trash can that has yet to be solved, and it's kind of like this fun little thought experiment. And the problem is that any trash can that you design that cannot be opened by the smartest bear can also not be opened by the bottom percentile of humans, because there is a actual overlap in trash can opening intuition between smart bears and dumb people.
Interesting. They land in the same spot.
Yeah. So if you make a trash can that bears absolutely can't open and you sell it to people, a certain percentage of those people will call your office and yell at you because they can't open the trash can.
I mean, I think you take the hit on that and you just kind of like hope that culturally people can learn mimetically through other people, and you push that forward. But yeah, no, the stupidity is astounding. I recently learned about how a couple decades ago, A&W tried to introduce a third-pound burger. Have you heard of this?
Third-pound burger?
A third pounder.
Like instead of a quarter pounder, it's like a third?
Yes. And it sold terribly, and they didn't understand why. And then they did marketing research, and they got back the data where tons of people looked at it and went, why the fuck would I pay the same price for less meat? Clearly, a third pound of meat is less than a quarter pound of meat. It's 1 out of 3. I want the 1 out of 4.
That's good. That's good.
like it failed because people can't understand a fraction.
That's good. That's good.
You know, on a basic level. Then that's real.
I like
that.
That's
good.
Yeah.
No. Faith.
So yeah, God of War is a
annihilated.
fun game, and it's interesting because I mean you went through God of War with me obviously, and you saw that Kratos was like Kratos in God of War 2018 is a massive asshole. But he has made the decision to not want to be such a massive asshole anymore.
Yeah.
And in God of War Ragnarok, there's all these little pieces of progress in which he is like calmer overall. He's not as much of a prick. He calls people by their names. Is actually one of the bigger ones. He almost never says boy. He says Atreus.
Progress.
He doesn't say head. He says Mimir. And he actually has some like genuine character development, and it's nice.
And Atreus sounds like he's hitting puberty too. Like the
Atreus,
voice is deeper.
So, Atreus is as appropriate to his stance in the story as a new Norse god of mischief dickery, a unruly shitheaded teenager.
Teen
who
Groot.
doesn't listen and makes fun of his dad's old knees and shit like that. So it's definitely a wildly different dynamic, and it's very nice. It was a smart idea to kick that story forward about 10 years because, like, if it had just been like little baby Atreus again, it would have kind of been boring. But shithead Atreus,
the teenage Groot versus like the I used to be a shithead, but I'm calming down and seeing the echoes, all that jazz. Good stuff. Yeah, smart. Cool.
Yeah, good game.
Did you see anything that is the equivalent of the Valkyries in this yet?
No, I did not. In fact, I am about 10 hours in. I have not fought any mini boss. Oh no, I have. I fought a super Draugr called the Hated, but it's a super Draugr. It's like a regular enemy that's been juiced up to hell.
Sure.
Nothing similar to a Valkyrie yet.
Okay.
There is a gameplay thing in it that I guess they thought was cool, but I hate, and I want to hear your opinion on it. So when you unlock a move with Kratos, be it like the ground slam or the axe throw or the hold the R2 button to slam the axe into somebody and then throw them, there's certain tiers of it now called bronze, silver, and gold. And it's like use the axe throw 50 times and you'll go to silver and you'll do a little more damage, and then use it 100 times and it'll go to gold and it'll do a little more damage. And then when you hit gold, it goes, okay, do you want to use a full skill points worth of experience to increase either its damage or its stun or its I forget what the third one is, or its freezing power or whatever, and that applies to every single one of your skills. And so I'm playing through as Kratos, and I'm getting into this awful situation in which I'm like, well, I maxed out and unlocked the final tier of the axe throw. In order to adequately unlock all the rest of my things to the final tier, I now can no longer use the axe throw.
Yeah.
I now have to use the other shittier axe throw.
Yeah. So this thing you're describing sucks, and this was already answered in Mega Man 01, where, if you might recall, the way you leveled up weapons in Mega Man 01 was you swung them around, right? Yeah. And putting points into something according to your choices and preferences allows you to pick what you like and enjoy it. But when you pick a weapon in Mega Man 01 and you're like, okay, well, time to go level this one up now, you just walk into the wastes and just start swinging at nothing for as long as it takes to be like, oh, that's leveled up. All right, time to switch to the next one. And you can, because the state of progression of going through the stages in a lot of cases, like the game's hard enough that you're going to keep playing, but you can play through and not kill enough things and use enough weapons to get those weapons leveled up. So you have to go grind them out a bit, you know? So
there is an in-game solution to this problem that they offer you, and I don't think it's a particularly good solution. And the solution is they give you a training dimension to go hang out in.
And those hits count?
And those hits count.
No.
And chat's going nuts and going like, it's not that big of a deal, it's not wrong. It's like, I don't know, man. So like, before I play God of War tomorrow, like, I feel like I kind of have to play it for a couple hours in the training dungeon to literally just do like dodge forward and hit R1 to do the spin attack like 40 times, and then dodge back and do the axe throw 40 times. And that's not a solution. I'm not training. That's me just mitigating this annoying thing that makes me feel punished. And I guess this is a mindset thing, because the game wants me to feel rewarded by using certain moves a lot.
Yeah.
But instead, I just feel punished by not using every move equally.
And I understand the incentive to push players to not just rely on the axe, you know, or not just rely on one thing. Like, you want to find ways to push that. In this case, though, like, yeah, you kind of... like, that's a forced disincentive. I much prefer the ability to, like, you know, try things, and then, like, you put a point of leveling up into whatever you want to expand and go in that direction, you know? It's
like, I have obsessive compulsive, you know, methods and tendencies and all that, and that's obvious, right? But it feels... I don't think I have not run into anyone that I've spoken to with my voice that had any other reaction that was like, oh, that's kind of annoying.
Yeah. No, the last, like I said, Mega Man 01 is the last time I remember that system, and I don't enjoy counting my swings on a particular thing for counting as the experience towards it. You know, give me a treat.
Yeah, I don't care for it. And the last thing I played, which I can recommend to
give me
everyone,
Proud Souls, actually. Anyway.
Proud Souls was annoying, wasn't it? Is Tactics Ogre Reborn came out, and that is the game that came out before FFT by the same people, and is a redone re-release of Tactics Ogre Let Us Cling Together, which is a re-release of Tactics Ogre for the Super Nintendo. I forget which one it was, but the subtitle. That game... so they up-resed everything, and they put a little smudge filter on the sprites, which actually doesn't look as bad in motion. That game's great, and putting 100% complete full voice acting in that game is way more than I ever thought a game like that would get. Like, it is written like War of the Lions, like that kind of flowery, like
old
like English major prose. And it's great. It's great. They've changed a lot about the way that game works, because the game's class system is very primitive compared to like FFTs. And so what they've done is that it used to be, so in Final Fantasy Tactics you had your character level, right? And then you had the skills that you learned on a job. So your character would be like level 15 or whatever, and you could switch to a job, and their job would be not have many skills on it, but you could earn those skills, and then your character would still say that's the same level. In original versions of Tactics Ogre, I think in Let Us Cling Together, when you changed a character to a different class, their level reset to that class.
Damn. Okay.
So you now had a useless character.
Yeah.
So you had to level them up, and you did get to keep some of the little bonuses from the other classes, but it was mainly that class, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what they've done is they've kind of overhauled all of that and completely changed it. And so now it is your character's level is their level, and the class that they switch to will be that level, period. And you will just automatically earn everything that they could possibly have for that level, for that class.
Nice.
And everybody in a fight shares experience, which, as
equally
somebody who's played a lot of tactical RPGs or strategy RPGs, the balancing act of can't let so and so actually kill all the enemies because then they'll get all the experience, or got to make sure the healers heal 9 times a fight so that they get a level. Sucks.
I mean, okay, so EXP share is a debate because Pokemon, right, obviously has that discussion, but the quality of life that is like keeping your levels between job switches, that just seems like frustration being taken away.
Yeah, no, just evaporated. And on top of that, Tactics Ogre has like you're fielding a larger party. I think you're fielding like 10 people. And so it's less like customizing each of your units a ton, and more like I'm throwing lots of different types of units onto the field. I think people call it macro customization instead of micro customization. So the experience is easier to gain, but the solution to that is that your XP cap is determined by your story mission. So like where I'm at, I can only have party members level 8. Any experience after level 8 is just wasted.
You can't use the main strats to
it actively stops you.
Interesting.
And it's like if you're level 8, you'll still be a level or 2 above the story battle.
Expectations.
Like you can still give yourself a numerical advantage.
Yeah.
But you can't. So you simultaneously can't run into the problem of only one of my characters has any levels, the rest of my team is horribly underleveled, I'm fucked. And you can't run into the situation in which I've overleveled everyone, and now I'm going to steamroll this shit.
Oh, well, in that case, then EXP share is fine.
Yeah,
right?
No, it's actually great. And if you do a battle in which everyone is capped, and you get a bunch of XP, it will turn it into a little item. And that item, it can be used on party members later when the XP cap is removed to give them a level.
Oh, little rare candy. Yeah.
So it's fucking great. It's fucking great.
Smart. You said a sprite filter that doesn't suck.
No, it sucks, but it's not as bad as it originally looked. And it's this unfortunate reality of like the stages look great, the character portraits and the interface look great, the music is excellent and clearly been like retuned or remastered or whatever you want, spruced up for like modern audio. Everything looks great. The sprites look bad, and so they tried to save it with the Super Eagle filter, and it's fine. I like.
I'm looking at it now. It's smoothed over. Those portraits are doing the heavy lifting.
They sure are.
Yeah.
They
I see
sure
what you're
are.
saying. I mean, you see, the thing is, though, I feel like, I guess this is going to be debated to the end of time, but I feel like the problem gets solved with the HD pixel remasters of the Final Fantasy games, where you go get the original sprite artist to make a 2022 version of an 8-bit or 16-bit sprite. You know, like have them redo their work now and improve it while keeping it still sharp, you know? You don't want that blur, man. The blur is
I would prefer to not have the blur, but it works. Like
sure.
it's not a deal breaker. It's just kind of and also luckily enough the actual character sprites on the field are very small. But yeah, the voice acting and the portraits are and the writing are doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
That game's great.
Yeah, no, I mean Tactics Ogre has always been a curiosity for me as well. Yeah, like one of my best friends from elementary school just would never shut up about it. I remember was just like the Tactics Ogre kid, you know. And then of course that eventually was like and then FF Tactics, you know, and such. Yeah. So
it makes me very hopeful that the Final Fantasy Tactics remaster or whatever that was in that NVIDIA leak is also coming, because not even for the graphical remaster, but like the system changes they made in this are great.
What are you playing it on?
I am playing it on a Steam Deck and a PC.
Okay.
And despite being not actually officially supported by the Steam Deck, it's 100% perfectly compatible with Steam Deck. There's only one little funny mistake, is that the profanity filter that Square is putting into their games is so intense.
I heard about that.
That like it's like there's the one of the default party names is Flame Scale.
Flame Scale, yes.
But like there's like a I don't know. Like MESCA is like a reference to like mescaline, the drug, and so it is if you were born in like fucking I don't know what it is, like January or February or something, and you go to the default name, it says that it failed because it contains profanity. It's
Jesus
fucking ridiculous.
Christ, man. The default name, that's great.
It's absolutely fucking absurd.
Also, it's like what an obscure drug reference. Like, no, who the fuck's talked about that? You know what I mean? Like, so I can't name my character fucking Peyote Jones?
No, you can't.
Like, really? You're gonna get on my ass about that?
It still reminds me of the absolute most unfortunate reality of any naming filter ever, which was the Dark Souls 2 profanity filter. So when Paige was streaming Dark Souls 2, she got invaded by a character known as Night Paige, because there's Day Paige and Night Paige in terms of her like awareness and mental acuity.
Right.
Because she gets sundown a little bit. And Night Page fucking invaded and became asterisk HT Page. And you just squirrel your eye and go, oh no. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. No. You made something like completely innocuous, like violently racist.
Hold on. The setting that calls for knights.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, it's bad. It's bad.
Oh boy. All right.
And it's just like, oh no, don't put that in my brain. I didn't want that there. I didn't think that. And now I'm looking at it. Oh.
Yeah, that took a second because I was like, what? Okay, so here you go, censor programs. Just look down at the keyboard and just rip the N key right off. Yeah, just delete N entirely.
The whole letter. Just get rid of it.
Because we're already at that point. People can just type an N and it's there. A line has been drawn. The gauntlet has been thrown down. That's it. One key. You know?
Hey, can you excuse me for just a moment? It's time enough for us to take a break anyway, but I have to go do something with the pooch. I gotta help him get out so he can go to the bathroom.
BRB.
All right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, if you want to see any of that God of War shit or Sonic or React and Cringe shit this week, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Or if you just want to see general old cringe, you can go down to twitch.tv/PeachSaliva.
Okay. Right. So, quick word from our sponsors. Give it a second. Let's pay some bills.
Uh-huh.
All right. This week we're sponsored by Bombas. That's the underwear, sock, and t-shirt company.
I need only the finest materials for my soles of my feet and the sole of my balls.
It's kind of crazy how, for what practically must have been a millennia, we figured out undergarments, but then we just kind of left it there. And every time one of them ripped and had a horrible seam, you know, when you pull your socks off and you see that like etched pattern into your skin from them being too tight, or busting a hole through the middle, and just all of that
Paradonkeles, I'm sick of wearing these jute sandals. Don't you have anything better that won't scratch my feet?
We call them slides, sire. The term is slides these days. That's real.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, absolutely.
Sandals are now called slides.
They are?
Yeah.
By who?
By
Is it the kids?
The kids, and thus everybody.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it, the kids.
But that's not the point. The point is Bombas is improving the feeling of your underwear, getting you the highest quality socks, t-shirts, and the stuff that feels good on your body, because the material is soft as hell, and it is and again, you're getting all those seams, all those weird lines that stitch into your body, and you know, you put on a shirt that's got the inside stitching that just kind of like presses, and you're like, why would you do that? Why would you make the outside smooth and then the inside have all the horrible like stitch loose stuff, you know? So
form over function, man. People were just trying to look nice. They didn't care about how horribly it scratched their bodies.
Well, now Bombas is coming in and changing that up. They got Pima cotton, ultra soft, never itchy merino wool in their socks and t-shirts as well, with the fuzzy Sherpa linings. So it's that stuff that you're going to reach for when you open up your underwear closet and be like, I want the good pair today. Today's a good day. You know, like a fresh pair of underwear on New Year's Day, as Josuke would say. And, of course, with every item you purchase, Bombas donates another to someone in need. They've donated over 75 million items of clothing so far. That's a whole lot over a long period of time. So that's doing a lot of good. And they are the most, underwear and t-shirts are the most requested items in homeless shelters too. So that's what they're doing. So yeah, good cause there on the other side of it. Get yourself a good feeling garment that is going to hug your body all day. Get the sweat wicking going so that you don't have to be as gross as you usually might be with the worst of them. And get some Bombas. This holiday season, you can give the good with Bombas. Go to bombas.com/superbeast and use code superbeast, and you're going to get 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast, code superbeast for 20% off. Once again, bombas.com/superbeast, code superbeast. Thank you, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by DoorDash, getting you your dinner quickly, easily, without fuss or muss.
Wooly, if I want the food but I don't want to talk to a person, can DoorDash make it so that I don't have to talk to a person?
They can absolutely do that. They can get you all the food that you want from your favorite local go-tos, chains that you want to support in your neighborhood. Over 300,000 partners, you're going to get exactly what you want brought to your door with no contact if you want them to just drop it off. But I'll tell you what it was perfect for.
What's that?
When Punch Mom was getting over COVID and we needed to get some disinfectant for the house, we were able to order some Lysol and some wipes and some stuff that would just help, do the full scrub down. And that's the perfect thing to get contactless delivery because, we were in the middle of being a hazardous area. So it's not just so that the drivers are protecting you. You can protect them as well. And
they won't see you in your disgusting pajamas.
In my horrible state. It's true. It's true. Sometimes, I admit, I'll, give it a second, make sure the coast is clear, and then just, open up the door real quick in my underwear and just grab the thing.
Yeah, I'll be honest. There were times when I was like, listen, do I want contactless delivery because of COVID? That's obviously a factor. But the real reason is that I don't really feel like putting a shirt on right now. And but I also don't want them to see my man boobies.
Yeah.
So I can just sneak the food in like a goblin.
Yeah. I like shirts. Shirts are comfy. I'm usually in a cozy shirt with good material, but underwear is absolutely a possibility at any given moment. Pants are super optional. So, yeah. If you don't, so anyway, perfect for that. Reach out, grab it. No one needs to see. I'm also a fan of the loose basketball shorts. That's a cozy way to do it too. Mm-hmm. Those are good. But you can get your essentials, household cleaning items, go-tos, everything that you want is deliverable on DoorDash. So check them out. For a limited time, our listeners can get 50% off up to a $20 value and 0 delivery fees when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CSB. So that's 50% off. That's up to a $20 value and 0 delivery fees when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and you use the code CSB. New code, don't forget, CSB for 50% off, up to a $20 value and 0 delivery fees with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thank you, DoorDash.
We're sponsored this week by Uncommon Goods, and I've told you a couple times about them, but if you haven't heard, as we're getting into that holiday season and you're trying to figure out what to buy for the people in your life, you don't want to be boring. Don't be bland. No. Don't be basic. Don't be a basic bitch with your gift buying.
I don't want to.
You can step it up. If you don't have the skills, if you lack the ability to be a creative gift giver, then Uncommon Goods is for you. You can check out a giant list of just fun, creative, unusual, off the beaten path items, usually made from small artists, independent businesses, small batches too as well. So you want to jump in there and support that. Unique handmade items, many made in the U.S. as well. So there's a detail. But yeah, they've got fun. They've got things like I've mentioned before, the self-watering plants. I got for Punch Mom. I've talked about the 3D tic-tac-toe game I got for just playing some board games, fun on the table. A grilled vegetable cooker, a garlic roaster, things for the kitchen, things for life, things for your garden, things for just around the house, and just fun gifts that are gonna, not be as obvious as, heading down to that soap place and getting a generic gift bag of soap.
Mm-hmm.
We've all done that a couple times. You got to get more creative than that these days. Plus, you got to smell it and get assaulted in the nose every time you go. Anyways, Every purchase you make at Uncommon Goods gives a dollar back to a nonprofit of your choice, and they've donated more than $2.5 million to date. So if you want to get in there, you can get 15% off your next gift going to uncommongoods.com/superbeast. That's uncommongoods.com/superbeast for 15% off. And yeah, that's a limited time offer. Uncommon Goods is all out of the ordinary. Trademark, copyright, all rights reserved. Thanks, Uncommon Goods. And last but not least, this week we're sponsored by Honey, which is...
I love Honey.
All about saving you money. PayPal Honey, money. That is to say. Yeah, PayPal Honey is out there. They're going to, as we've discussed a couple times, but if you haven't heard, every time you're shopping online, you go to tons of websites, you can see the promo code box, but you never put anything in there because you are not privileged enough to know the codes.
I don't know what the code is, man. I don't know.
Then
I don't know.
It's if you install Honey, you simply have it pop up and apply coupons within a few seconds. It searches, finds discounts, finds any coupons it can find for that site, and if it finds a working coupon, you watch the prices drop. It's pretty simple. I actually was getting some headphones on Newegg the other day, and Newegg was one of the sites that was applicable.
Seriously?
On Honey, yeah. And I was like, oh shit, Newegg has good prices on good tech. So I grabbed me one of those, and I also grabbed me one of those gamer numpads for just one hand, because I'm going to see how that feels.
The MMO pad. I see.
The little MMO pad. I'm going to test out one of those. So I got one of those shipping in as well. And, Honey was applied on that. And that was like, oh, yeah, that's a pretty useful place for it. Pretty cool. And I think as well they have the thing where if you don't necessarily get the discount, you might get gold, which goes towards getting gift cards as well from the sites that you shop at. So that's dope. And then once I get that numpad, MMO pad, we can solve this debate once and for all.
It will not. It will not.
It will never be solved.
It will not be solved.
But what can be solved is your savings. So if you don't already have it, you could be straight up missing out. Do yourself a solid, support the show. Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
Okay, so a couple things going on in the news today.
Wooly, before any of that, I need to ask you right now. It's vital. You know fighting games. You are an expert on fighting games. I want your hot take. Don't think about it. Just answer right away. Of the 5 following fighting games, which of this year is your favorite fighting game?
Sifu. Hands down.
Is it Sifu?
Sifu is the greatest fighting game of 2022.
No, it's Sifu. Oh, we did it.
Yeah, that was on the docket.
What a fucking joke.
We got
you see Jeans on Twitter right now going like, "What is this stupid shit?"
I mean, it's a joke every year, right? And you kind of expect it to be like, okay, sure, you're gonna see something on there that's like, yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R. Why not?
That is a fighting game, though.
It is a fighting game. It did come out this year. It might not be where everyone's putting their attention, and it might not be a game that people can play online decently. But fuck it. It's a fighting game. Why not? Throw it on the list. Sifu.
Dude.
Like, that just goes to show that whoever is in charge of that decision still calls them button bashers.
Yeah, so the every year we talk about some variation of this, but every year I feel it gets actually worse and worse because the Game Awards, is putting out their nominees, and I have to say every time the way that these are decided is that entire outlets like all of GameSpot and like all of IGN, they get one person to go as like the representative, right? And so they usually pick whoever's the most mainstream and the editor-in-chief or whoever to go. And then they get one vote to put forth like nominees or vote on them. And as a result, this like drills down to like the most basic possible choices whatsoever. And there's always some games. It's not about what's missing. It's always the shit that's on here, and you're like, fucking what? So like Horizon Forbidden West is on almost every single category's list.
Yeah.
For game of the year.
Yeah.
A game that I don't know anyone who said anything out loud to me or on social media other than, yeah, it sucks that game came out alongside Elden Ring. I was playing it and then I stopped because I wanted to play Elden Ring.
So as far
Elden Ring is up for best art direction. You want to hear the fucking best art direction picks? They're fucking Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, Scorn, and Stray. All of those are realistic 3D action games, like every single one.
So it's very clear at this point that one person clicks on the list of fighting games released in 2022. They haven't played any of them. They scroll down and then they grab some shit. But then they also go, well, look, man, I don't know, punching and kicking. That's fighting, isn't it?
That's fighting.
That Sifu thing, that people talked about that. That's the punch kick. Yeah, there you go. That's a fighting game. And then for every other category, it's like, I've played 5 AAA games this year. That's the entirety of what I've done with my career. Let's just fit those in wherever I can, and then fucking throw a dart for the rest. You know, it's every year. It's completely nonsense, man. Anyway, like, just rename the category to Button Basher.
Okay.
Don't call it fighting.
I wanna hit you with just how bad and how pointless this whole thing is, because it really does feel like a top level person just decided these are the only games that get to win. Okay, for all of the following categories, okay? So for the game of the year total, right? You've got A Plague Tale Requiem, the game about rats who can't swim, Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, Stray, and Xenoblade 3. Okay, those are fine, right? Those are fine choices, I guess. For best game direction, Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, and Stray are there. For best narrative, Plague Tale, Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon are there. For best art direction, Elden Ring, God of War, Horizon, and Stray are there.
Yeah.
For best score and music, Plague Tale, Elden Ring, God of War, and Xenoblade are there. Yeah. For best audio design, Elden Ring, God of War, and Horizon are there, but also Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2? For best performance, and this is my favorite part, for best performance is Ashley Burch from Horizon, the Charlotte McBurney from Plague Tale, and then 2 actors from God of War being Chris Judge and Sunny Sulik, and a lady who worked on a game called Immortality, which is also in for, like, there are only 7 games across the first 10 categories.
Because that's the 7 games the person played. They played they played the most basic bitch AAA shit, and then went, that's everything. That's the year.
Biggest problem, because when you pick one person from each thing, the only games that are able to get enough votes to be nominated are the ones that half or more of those people played. Everyone played Elden Ring. As a result, I fully believe that Elden Ring and God of War are going to take 99% of every award in every category, no matter how silly they are, because everyone who was voting on these things played those 2 games.
Yeah. It's, you know, whatever. Like, why to turn to a Game Awards show and look for some sort of legitimacy or whatever? It's clowns. It's clown shoes. It's always been clown shoes. But
it's so bad every year, because at least when the Oscars would happen, do you know what would happen when I would look at nominees for the Oscars? I would go, I don't know what that movie is.
Right.
I should watch that movie because at least somebody thought it was good enough to win an award.
Well, the reason why is because there's also a very clear category of for your consideration movies that are made as Oscar bait, and that's it. And there are films that are made just to collect your Oscar, and they have the little for your consideration letter that comes along with them. You know, you can tell. Absolutely.
Diablo Immortal is up for best mobile. That's disgusting.
Yeah. So whatever the stupid picks are, like,
So Destiny 2 is up for best community support and best ongoing again.
Like, as embarrassing and as dumb as the picks always are, it's like the fact that fighting games will always have a not fighting game in the list. Like,
oh, it's great.
You can't even fucking All right. Anyway,
I've got one for you. I've got two similar ones for you. So best action game of the year. All right, Bayo 3, Neon White, Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, Sifu, or everyone's favorite action game, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
There's big action. Lots of action. Big shoot bangs is action.
There is a category for best action adventure, which is Plague Tale, God of War, Horizon, Stray, and Tunic. And the only game that's not on the Game of the Year list is Tunic. So why even have this entire category? Because if Tunic doesn't win that category is actually pointless.
And the award for best Horizon Zero Dawn goes to...
I think the worst one is when you go, hey, what's the best action game? And then they go, what's the best game of the year? And then they go, what's the best narrative action game? And then you go, what's the best fighting game? And Sifu is the answer to all of them. Or, you know, like when you've seen them do that, right? And it's so silly.
Man, you have to stop and go, okay, but who's this for? Right?
It's for Frank at the grocery store.
It's for the line waiting outside at the GameStop that's just kind of like looking at the you know, pretty much the number one thing, the big one AAA, and that's it. It's just casual as fuck. So, you know, what are you gonna get? It's
I will say
nonsense.
that fighting games always get disrespected, and that's true. However, nobody gets more disrespected than racing games, because racing games don't get their own category. Racing games are in the racing/sports category, which is F1 22, FIFA 23, NBA 2K23, Ollie Ollie World, and GT7. Which every single thing I have heard about every single sports game for going on 5 years is, I can't believe it's even worse than last year.
Right. Yeah.
Or in some cases, it's actually literally the same game as last year, and they screwed up and forgot to change the numbers in some cases.
Look, whatever. Look, let the industry get together and pat themselves on the back, and then just give us the cool live musical performance of the song that we want to hear.
That we mute.
Yes, because we can't listen to it on Twitch. That's it. Just shut up and fucking do that.
I still think the all-time greatest version of any game award, anything, was Giant Bomb in its absolute heyday, which was Jeff, Ryan, Brad, and Vinny just like recording their 9.5-hour screaming match as to whether or not like one game was better than the other.
Yeah.
And how like fucking just petty and intense it would get, because at least you actually got like a good feeling of like how much they actually cared. Like, they argued about Skyrim versus Saints Row 3 for like 3 hours. And you know what? Those are both really good games.
Yeah. And then when it came, well, anyways, you can go with that format, or you can just make individual top 10 videos, I suppose. You know.
Oh God! Oh yeah, no, I'll fucking say it. We wanted to do that.
You wanted to do that. You wanted aggressively to have a screaming match.
I wanted to fight about what game of the year was for hours, and nobody wanted to do it.
Could be drawn.
No one wanted to do it.
Yeah.
I had the kibosh put on that idea many times.
But Giant Bomb, though, they come out of that like fucking bullets,
resentful,
bleeding,
and tired,
and knives come out. Yeah,
like I think my favorite bit of that is that, like, in future Game of the Year discussions, the bitterness would be so intense that like Jeff would like Jeff was like mad for like 4 extra years that Saints Row 3 lost to Skyrim. And he would just bring it up, just fucking god damn it.
I was down, but I overall just hated top 10s, like, period. So
yeah, that was the other side of it, was that I absolutely hated the top 10 format that we ended up going with. I hated it.
I just remember the YouTube had there was a whole
YouTube like
playing the game, whatever. So yeah. Which is why
YouTube likes every piece of content that I don't want to make.
Tune in for top 10 Dokapon betrayals. They're great.
Well, see, that's different because there's like 800 Dokapon betrayals, and you can rank them according to like how like white knuckle your fucking hands got.
Dude, there was a handshake. There was a serious no fucking frills. Okay, handshake deal. And then just said fuck the handshake.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's
like
good.
Do you like that? Damages your trust in real life.
Well, this is a strange thing. I asked you maybe 2.5 years ago to play like a game of like Civ or like Endless Space with me, because every time I have played Civ, I play Civ every now and then, like maybe every 6 months, a year, with the same group of people, and every single year, every single time, this one guy, I love him, he's a good friend of mine, but he always does the same thing. He always gets up on your ass and starts sending religious fucking extremists into your bullshit and start converting your shit to his religion. And every single time you tell, fucking stop doing that, he's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm like, I'm watching you. I am watching you send missionaries into my bullshit. They are converting my people to a religion that is your name. No, I'm not doing anything, man. I'm not doing anything. It's just like, stop it.
Open mics. Good. It's good. Yeah, so, I mean, Sifu, the clear front runner, there aside.
Absolutely. I hope it wins.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it wins. Well, you know why, right? Because as it's not really a fighting game, it's by far the most likely game on that list that people have played.
Sure. Yes. It's also
like
very good.
DNF Duel is on there because it's a fighting game that came out, but like I bet you way more people played Sifu than DNF Duel.
Yeah. You don't have to fight anybody. You just play the game. Like, it's, sure. Throw Mario on there and go best fighting game. Like, yeah, why not? Like, or technically Mega Man 7. It has a versus mode.
I fucking love that shit. I fucking love this stupid crap.
Also,
okay. Vampire Survivors, not on the list anywhere.
Yeah, sure.
Abominable.
Signalis just dropped. We're still in 2022.
Like there's a list of like strategy RPGs, and Triangle Strategy is on there, and it's like, yeah, remove that and put Tactics Ogre in there instead. Tactics Ogre is a much better game than Triangle Strategy.
Oh, Vampire Survivors got one?
Where? In indies? Fuck off. That should be up there for Game of the Year. Like, I thought Elden Ring had it no problem, and I'm sitting here going, it's between Elden Ring and Signalis and Vampire Survivors for Pat's choice, and I couldn't tell you right now. That's a tough one.
When that Bible starts spinning and everything starts dying?
No, you know what? The ultimate is when you're playing it and you're like, is it crashing? No. No, I'm winning. It's not crashing.
This is good, what's happening. Yeah. Okay, so a couple of things going down. Some smaller stuff, I guess we can just get out of the way real quick. As we were talking, they announced Rumbleverse Season 2.
Yeah.
They had a stream.
Well, they did that yesterday or the day before, but is that out now or like what?
So, I mean, I jumped on, I want to say, a day or two ago, and I saw that there was 24 hours left in the season. So right around this time to show off what else is new, and I think the stream showed off the stuff, but they announced what's coming. So new special moves. There's going to be Bull Rush for breaking up crowds.
Ooh, I like that.
Picking up and carrying your enemies with edge moves. and
Oh.
something called Liberate, which will steal items.
Okay.
Interesting.
I want Rumbleverse to live long and good, because that is like my favorite. Like, I don't know what to want to play.
Yeah,
I'll
throw
pop
it
in
on.
Rumbleverse.
Yeah. Gundam Evo is currently hitting that slot. It's scratching an itch, but no, Rumbleverse is uniquely great.
I'm scared it's gonna die. I'm so scared.
So here, you know what? Hold that thought, because I'll jump forward in a second to some information that's interesting on the subject. If you get a Keybat, the Keyblades,
Yeah.
if you pick one up and you have it undamaged, there's going to be golden crates around the map that you can open with it, and that's what you use it for. So
That is an excellent solution to how much stronger you are with that item.
crazy. So you pick up a Keyblade and you start doing Sora's moves with it. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
and
You can fly.
You are,
You can throw projectiles. It's a completely different character.
it's also a much stronger character than
Yes.
the average moveset.
So
You're
now
way better.
you can sacrifice an unused. You can't use it. It has to be undamaged, and you sacrifice that to open up a crate that has super ultra rare items. Something called Golden Drenched Chicken, Star Cookies that fully restore health and superstar meter at the same time. So,
That is a great idea, because you got the Keybat, and man, you were going to win, unless
Yeah.
you were like a million times worse than the person. You're gonna win because the Keybat's super strong. But now it gives you an incentive to hold on to it until you get killed.
the proposition of an item that fully heals health and superstar is a double life. Like
That's great.
that's an incredible sacrifice of your Keybat. And yeah, Golden Chicken, I guess that's probably like a full heal or something like that. New consumables, golden crates, nachos for small healing, and Carbo Pop, which is going to be a healing AoE zone. So you can drop something that might heal your opponents as well. Or I guess if you're doing teams, you can use that, but that's interesting. Yeah, and then a bunch of Season 2 Battle Pass stuff. So, yeah,
I did not finish the Battle Pass.
I did.
Darn.
I'm interested. And yeah, this isn't mentioning it, but there is a new island that is gonna be a part of the map as well.
Yeah, apparently the map is like 40% bigger now.
The map size is now 2/3 bigger. Low key is gonna be available, so massive area, which I guess is because you're not ever running through the entire island at the same time, like it's gating you into the circle. That's just like new shit. Like that's great. I don't know if are there any battle royale games that like have multiple maps to them.
Absolutely.
So
PUBG has multiple maps. Fortnite has a different map every single fucking season.
So here's the question: why not instead just expand outwards into a larger area and like
Apex also has,
and then have the circle like tighten in those spots?
I don't know. I don't know what the design reason behind that is, because I know Apex has multiple maps as well.
Okay.
I personally, I think, maybe it's so you can choose the maps, or maybe because it's a server reason, or
yeah, probably server could be that, but like the idea of like new areas that you want to play in could just be part of the original area, and then there's a random chance of you getting it, right? So anyway, so that's all cool. Good for them. All right. Then there's some shit going down a couple places. So one, I guess the biggest story from last week, and I actually need some filling in the blanks on this because I don't know the full details, but Mick Gordon came out to talk about the Doom Eternal OST controversy, and basically explained that essentially they attempted to pay him off to not expose what happened. So
They attempted to significantly pay him off too, like not peanuts, like real shut the fuck up money.
so what originally happened with the OST?
The original description, as I remember it, was that Mick Gordon took too long to do the OST and thus could not finish the mastering process in time, and thus somebody else had to come in and fix it, and it was Mick Gordon's fault that there were mixing issues.
Tried to blame it on
Hooray!
him at the time.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you, darling.
And and then the OST that did come out sounded like shit compared to the in-game music. Right?
Yes, I believe that is also what happened. It was a mixing difficulty.
Okay. So, yeah, long, confusing stuff happened, and I guess there were Reddit posts back and forth and things, but.
Yeah, and then as a result, he wasn't on the DLC.
Right. Yes, okay. Now, Mick has fucking composed some, like, unbelievable shit. I mean,
He's a
go
good
listen
music man.
literally go listen to that. Go listen to Killer Instinct. Like, dude's fucking incredible. But the account that he basically came out and said, Marty, so I guess one of the id execs, lied.
Marty would be the creative, like the head of it.
Okay.
Working on Marty O'Donnell, I think his name is.
About the circumstances surrounding Doom Eternal soundtrack, used disinformation and innuendo to blame me entirely for its failure. I guess, yeah, so Marty made a Reddit post where he was making these claims, and it says it severely impacted both his professional and personal reputation. And he gives a long and detailed account of how he was forced to...
Sorry, people are correcting me. It's Marty Stratton.
Yeah, unrealistic deadlines, unclear vision. He was asked to produce 2 finished scores per month. Details...
That's ridiculous.
And details on the level themes, the boss fights, and any dev sound cues were unavailable when he started working, so he had to work blind without any of that information. From 2 years away from the release, the schedule demanded that he produce a steady stream of final music immediately. And obviously, the fact that it had to closely match gameplay, but he didn't have any of that because the levels were still months away from being designed, didn't make any sense.
Yeah, you would need a gray box level to fucking actually do that.
And so, yeah, like, difficulties emerged early on when he couldn't provide those in a timely manner. And then, yeah, it just goes on to expose that, like, the entire defense that they ran, or that Marty ran for why that whole OST fucked up when it was eventually released was bullshit, and that they tried to pay him off with 6-digit figures to essentially
not an insignificant payoff.
Stay quiet and take the blame.
I've been offered $5 to $20 to shut the fuck up by like a family member, and I snitched on him anyway. But like, $100 grand, $120 or whatever, man, that's shut the fuck up money.
Trailer Park Boys, just full on. I'm gonna give you this $100 to fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, it took a while. Obviously, that was a couple years ago before it gets to this point. But it says he also went like close to a year without getting paid.
Good. Excellent.
As well. So, yeah, this whole thing looks real shit on its part here. And, you know, that sucks when... like, why would someone, especially like you're a Mick Gordon, when you come into a project and you're brought in to do anything, like, the game is lucky to have you. You're one of the best composers in the industry.
You are a legitimate value add. Put it on the box.
Right. But now we're going to pay you to look worse and look like you fucked up and look like you can't deliver despite asking impossible things. And then other companies that are going to want to hire you for their games have to look at this story and buy it, you know, and hire you with the caveats that, oh, well, there was that time that he botched on Doom, you know?
Yeah, even if he never gets a dime from this and never gets any formal restitution, putting it out there so that he can clear the air before going to other projects is a valuable endeavor for him.
When you're a gun for hire, you have to do that. Like, your reputation is your fucking ability to get work, you know? If you was an id employee and you know, just was like, whatever happens, he's the guy, like, that's one thing, but that's not the case. I mean, yeah. So anyway, there's a big old Medium post about it, but and it goes on, but that's just a fucking, that is a shit ass conclusion to something that is, you know, a really talented person working on a game that fucking was awesome. And like, clearly when you see the results of like that, where it's like, it's a perfect fit, you know, like, it sucks that you have this type of bullshit involved, because I think he also kind of indicated somewhere that like he still has love for Doom as a franchise, and you know what I mean, like, it really is up his alley in terms of like nailing it with that both games and their OSTs. But this is some horse shit, and
Ray was incredible.
kudos, yeah, kudos to him for you know, telling it like it is. So that answers any questions, I suppose.
You know, Wooly, I've been thinking about this a while, and I think I've discovered the new my hot tips on how to buy video games. What you need to do is, if you see a video game that you think you're going to want to buy, you need to ignore everything about it and then buy it, pre-order it on like Steam or something as soon as possible. And then when the game comes in, day one, you have to play it for 2.5 hours. Don't look at the internet. Don't look at it. And then it'll be too late to refund it once it comes out that the game was made with orphan bones.
Right.
And people are like, how could you be playing? It's like, oh, I already bought it before I found out.
Well, okay. In Mick's case, though, alongside this, he did also come out and say, hey, please don't review bomb the game because of this. Please don't like hurt what a number of like talented devs and people who are working on this that still care about it, that are good people, made because of one shitty dude's lies, you know? So
well, that's nice of him.
Yeah. He did not make an appeal to the Slayer Nutters. Attention, Slayer Nutters.
I hate it, dude.
He didn't call for anything. He said, hey, the game is still made by some good people. This guy sucks. You know? So.
That's awful.
Yep.
Everybody in the game business is awful. Yeah, I assume we also have some Zaum news on there.
That's where we're going next. Slayer, you guys like?
You want to talk about people being awful? Holy shit!
You want Doomnutters better? You know, some people I see. You know, Doomnutters is pretty good. Yeah. So this one, now, I guess okay. This is gonna this one is just like, almost like, mega rich light bending guy is not mega rich for no reason, right?
He's also part of the fucking story.
So when everything is happening as it is about the creative team leaving Zaum, mega rich light bending guy comes out and puts out the Zaum version of events, I suppose, which makes accusations.
I have to stop you right there.
Okay.
So here's the deal. Here's the timeline of events.
Sure.
Mega rich lightbending guy was originally the controlling stake in Zaum.
Yes.
After the release of Disco Elysium, two new guys who were prior minority shareholders in Zaum bought out more shares of the company and became the new majority shareholders. And mega rich lightbending guy was no longer the primary main shareholder.
Oh, he was bought out.
Yes.
Okay.
Or became minority due to the division of the shares. Okay. So it used to be that mega rich lightbending guy who was a crazy rich guy who just thought disco was cool,
Yeah.
was bankrolling them, and they say that they were very confident that as long as they hit their targets, that he would be happy and that they would run the studio as they like, and so
Okay.
on and so forth. But he was ousted as primary majority shareholder by these two new guys whose names I can't remember.
However, they are allegedly literal financial criminals.
Yes.
Is what we're hearing.
So they become the new primary shareholders, and
Seeing
then
as
they
disco takes off, and you know,
then they get rid of Kurt's well, I forget their fucking names, but the Zaum collective.
Yes, the cultural collective. And
now these two news stories happened simultaneously. The Zaum Cultural Collective alleged that the two new majority shareholders became majority shareholders by embezzling money from the company that was being put aside to finance Disco 2 and using the company's own money to buy the company's own shares for themselves so they could become the majority shareholders and then fire other people who own stock in the company. Something
that they have a prior record of doing elsewhere in Estonia as financial criminals who have done this before.
Yes. However, simultaneous to this, Zaum, the company, released a statement saying that the people fired from the Cultural Collective were done so as a result of them being racist, misogynist pieces of fucking shit who yelled at employees and made a horrible work environment.
Right.
And
so
I'm not going to say that that's not true because I don't know. However, the timing of it hitting like within the
day,
instantly as a direct result of, hey, by the way, we think these guys literally stole the company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, they were misogynists. Like, sure, why not? It could be misogynist. I would believe the person who wrote Disco Elysium's a misogynist. I could see it. Whatever. That's not the point. It really looks like you stole the company, dude.
So that that's what, like, if you look at that, the wins, if you read the wins on that, that looks like a couple of financial criminals are running the best interference they can, and the way to do that, according to the Times in 2022, is to make these allegations. Now, as you said, we've seen so much of this in the industry that it's entirely possible that there's a basis for this, and that there is that this could have happened. But what extra comes in as massively sus is the way it's all phrased, right? Is the dismissed employees had no engagement to their responsibilities and work. They created a toxic work environment. They demonstrated misconduct towards other employees, including verbal abuse, gender discrimination, and most importantly, attempted to illegally sell Zaum's intellectual property. So the big cap underline that they get to is they were trying to steal IP. In other words, they were trying to take the thing they created, Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like it feels like Bobby sitting in that chair looking at the journalist going, oh yeah, some fucking posers are trying to encroach on the Guitar Hero brand. This new Rock Band thing, who the fuck knows what that is? Like, it just
I really have to say that you look at the description of the gentlemen of themselves and how they wrote Disco Elysium, and it was like, we're sitting around as like broke homeless alcoholics just being mad about politics, and they're like, let's make a video game. Like, I can imagine that they and their alcoholism would have made a toxic work environment, or that they might have yelled at a guy. Yeah, sure, fuck it. It seems weird that this was not the allegation put out the day they were fired, right? Mm-hmm. Which was what, a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
Like it was fucking.
In response, Kurvitz and Rostov wrote an article on their Medium concerning the situation at Zaum to fans of Disco Elysium, and they explained a lot of the bits about them having, again, previous criminal history with this stuff, how they ousted everybody by using stealing the money from the majority stake, and entirely doing a bunch of massively illegal shit to get to this position to begin with. I think they were kind of describing that the culture of the toxic culture that they're kind of describing came about as a result of them taking the reins over at the company.
Why not?
And that they've kind of been not speaking out until now out of consideration for the people that they cared about that still worked there. But now, obviously, that's gone.
I will say that when the Zaum Creative Collective guys write these statements, I'm like, dude, just give me the facts. I legitimately don't have time to read your fucking manifesto. Like, every single fucking statement coming out of them is some fucking 40,000 word like treatise.
Yeah, but at the same time, when someone accuses you of being like a piece of shit in like 5 different ways, and then also is like potentially rubbing their hands together as they scheme to steal the thing that you made, that
what they should be doing is letting their lawyer do their talking for them.
That is, in fact, that you should lawyer up. This is the truth.
This has, as soon as they dug through some documents and they're like, wait a second, did they rob us? All public facing PR shit should stop, and it should be handled through a civil Estonian lawyer and possibly the prosecuting attorney for financial crimes in their region.
Yeah. Attention, disco nutters. Please boycott anything made in the future by any of these individuals.
This is the most disco shit ever.
It's very disco. I can't, although what's not disco is a really dry Estonian courtroom. Like, that is the least disco thing in the world.
You know what, man? I bet that if and when this goes to court, I don't think any of that testimony is dry. I doubt that any of these people putting out these press releases and just accusing and pointing fingers and just going for it at nauseum here are going to be calm and restrained on a stand.
If the videos I've seen of Eastern European Parliament are any indicator, shit might get physical, and that's totally par for the course. I've seen Parliament videos of like representatives having essentially rugby matches to stop people from getting to the microphone so that they can't do a filibuster. And it's like that. Now that is disco. Yes, absolutely. So we'll see, but it kind of looks like shit is getting as stupid as possible as these people try to say that they're better. Fuck the creators of disco. We're gonna make that an Amazon show, and we're gonna fucking laugh it up to the bank,
Thank God this game came out on Steam, because people are gonna definitely want to play at Disco Elysium in 20 years.
Yeah,
and there is a significant possibility that there will be no legal way to play Disco Elysium in 2 years.
Right.
Right.
Also on Switch, right? So, get your physical
and the other consoles, but long term.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and the fact that not I want to say a 2 weeks ago or so, a super awesome piece of official art came out, and everyone's like, God damn it! Look at this great piece of art that's kind of taking place in post-game timeline that makes you feel good, and then you just kind of remember what's happening creatively at the company, and it's just fucking hollowing. Yeah, man. This is how that's how you become mega rich lightbending guy part 2 and 3, though.
What if we just stole it?
You made this, I made this, and then turn around and put a price tag on it. you know, and then hand it off to everyone who's interested in that. And then when the person who you took it from walks back up to you and taps you on the shoulder, shoot them right in the liver.
Good. Oh.
Make sure they bleed
Estonia
black.
is a crazy place. I gotta find out more about Estonia. I don't know nothing about Estonia. I couldn't even point it out on a map. I'm gonna look at a map of Estonia right now. I'm looking at it. Oh, that's a fucking dire flag.
Blue, black, and white.
That's okay. That's fucking depressing.
It's not
they're right up at the top there. Oh, I see him.
Not the usual colors you see on a flag. Yeah.
Oh, they're in. Okay, so that's okay. They're right. They're in the Nordic area, but then there's the Russians over here. I see.
Russians over there, Latvia over there, Finland over there, and then the Insulindian archipelago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what else is going on? Sonic Frontiers is getting pretty good reviews. People are pretty happy with it. And the director came out and said, that being said, the game still has a long ways to go. So
what's that mean?
The state that it's in right now will continue to get patched aggressively.
So should I play it for like 20 minutes and then fucking shelve it?
They consider the release to be a global playtest.
That's not true. That is a mistranslation. I saw Gene and others making fun of them for, hey, if you don't have a translator on staff, do not actually transliterate these things.
Uh-oh. Okay, this is Eurogamer.
Yeah, the quote is, "We are taking it seriously as if it were a global playtest." Which is a relatively minor distinction, but it's the difference between sending it out unfinished and taking people's opinions into consideration.
That is important, yes. Checking the opinions and critiques of everyone. The game has a long way to go. And then they kind of made reference to the fact that every 3D Sonic game has inconsistent physics and suddenly grinding and then falling off the path or coming to a halt while boosting, breaking out of a spring jump and veering off into fucking death. And that shit's still annoying, and they're going to try to figure out how to redo sections that are irritating.
Okay, so here's the weirdest part, by far. The weirdest part about Sonic games in 3D is that I think there's the possibility of a good 3D Sonic game. And I genuinely think that maybe the way people are talking about Sonic Frontiers, it might be the first good 3D Sonic game in quite a while. The weird thing about 3D Sonic games is that every time they make one, they completely start over from scratch. Like, they don't incorporate any of their old ideas or iterate on anything. It's always a completely new fucking thing, right? So to hear them say, hey, we're looking at feedback and we want to improve this and keep going forward, that's really good.
Build off of what you got. Sure. And, I mean, if they're literally describing it as, like patches are not just, like, bug fixing, but actively we're willing to redesign parts of a stage that are just annoying.
That's wild.
That's aggressive. That is aggressive. So, yeah, we'll see what that means, but it's still a long ways to go. But it seems like they've got the support from Sega to continue iterating development long past release.
That's great.
Which, you know, if it's your fucking flagship character and you know what this franchise can be and how finicky it is to make a good one, then absolutely allow for that. That's good news. Now, the thing is, of course, is as you get further and further into these games, it gets really complicated figuring out what the fuck is happening to the lore. Fortunately,
yeah, especially now.
So fortunately, Sega is now hiring a Sonic lore associate manager whose job it will be to make the universe more meaningfully connected. That is
Do you know why that
hilarious.
is specific to Frontier? Have you seen why that is the case?
I don't know about for Frontier, but I would assume with the movies coming out and all these different things going on in the IP, it would just make more
No,
sense.
it's because the Sonic Frontier canonizes the comics.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, like you have Sonic like doing stages and be like, "Wow, it's just like that time I was hanging out with a character from the comics, blah blah blah," and shit
Okay.
like that.
The Ian
Yeah,
Flynn,
the
the
IDW
IDW
comics.
runs, not the Archie ones. Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Um yeah, from I remember from reading I read the Mega Man IDWs, and a couple of them were crossovers with Sonic as well, and like those were good reads. Those were good, man.
Yeah, so
Not
as a result, by adding those, suddenly they have this massive fucking back catalog of story
that
details
has to make
that have
sense.
just been jammed into Sonic games.
Yeah. Um so yeah, Ian Flynn, Tyson Hesse, all working on making the universe more connected. So there's already an internal team, and Spirit Sonic on Twitter, which is who is Spirit Sonic? Evan Stanley. Okay. So writer at IDW. Yeah, so basically there's already a group of people of those writers that are like going to be working together, and then they're trying to find somebody to put it all together. And look, I mean, ultimately, like, this is a good idea no matter what franchise you introduce this to. Um, you know, this was a good idea for Marvel back when they brought in an overseer of their connected movies to like have the whole MCU thing become what it is, because back when you just kind of like have everything be like ignoring everything else, and the consistency doesn't matter, and if you're a fan of something, well, that's cool, you're paying attention to all of it, but the people who are creating all the individual things don't talk to each other or give a fuck about other projects. And in some cases, directors are almost like resentful of other projects that are not the thing they're working on,
Yeah.
or their versions of the characters and such. So, fuck all that. Have it be coherent, because people who are fans of this are paying attention to that and have been for a while. So that's a good move. I want that for every large franchise that's going to be putting out this much stuff. Especially if the person is, talented and storytelling.
Did the IDW comics have that zombie virus shit?
I didn't read them, so I don't
Where
know.
they all turned into the metal people?
I just saw the crossovers.
It was? Okay, that's cool. I saw some comics from that run where it was just like a metal virus, and like you had little Sonic duck people being like, "I'm not sick," and like getting in and like crying about dying alone, and then just like murdering tons of people.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's canon.
Panels and pages of some of that horror. Yeah, for sure.
That's canon now.
Yeah, no, shout outs to the IDW runs. And
when are they going to canonize Sonic High School?
Which one was that?
It's the one where Sonic spray paints his fur black and punches out Amy's teeth.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Okay, never heard of that, but probably after Dream Collection.
Okay. Well, when are they gonna when are they gonna canonize Tails Gets Trolled?
I mean, if they had any fucking brains at all, just the art style, not even the words,
just the face,
just the art, just get
just
the
have
artists.
Tails just look at the fucking camera and do the face. That's all I want. Just the face.
Yeah. So they're hiring a lore manager. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, a couple other things. Baldur's Gate 3 might finally get a 1.0 next month.
What? Are you reading that right? What?
according to a new dev blog on the Steam page, Baldur's Gate 3, which is promising new features before the year is out, courtesy of patch 9, might be getting a 1.0 release next month.
Okay, so that I can't even explain to you how fucking zany that is. Good news. Acts 2 and 3 are being actively playtested. Our goals for the
To ensure they're up to the same level of polish, and soon you'll discover that there's much more work, much more already complete that you'll encounter in the early access playthrough. And our goal is
I must be losing my mind. Did you say release or release date?
Baldur's Gate 3 may finally get a 1.0 release date next month.
Okay, I heard release, and I'm like, that's impossible. That's okay.
I might have said that.
Yeah, okay. Release date. Oh yeah, they're gonna say like fucking November of 2023 or something.
Okay.
People are saying you did in fact say a release, which is why I'm like, there's no way in goddamn hell. They haven't even added controller support into that fucking game yet.
Okay, my mistake then.
Because like I've been following that game. Like it came out and because Larian, they play test and early access the absolute hell out of their RPGs, right? And like they had 9 patches, or a couple months apart, and they're all like, hey fuckers, we added paladins, and like that's a pretty big systemic thing, because adding paladins to a D&D game is like a fairly consistent thing, especially if you're going to integrate them with dialogue. But then the last patch that they said they were going to do has all sorts of weird features that I would never have considered in a game in my life. So they're adding an emotional sustainability quotient, or whatever the fuck it's called, to characters' face rigging.
Jesus
so that
Christ.
When they get a primary emotion early in a scene, their face rigging can only go so far away from that original emotional state.
Oh, interesting.
So
okay.
they wanted, because they were running into situations in which characters would be like depressed and sad, but then you choose like a happy option later in the thing, and be like, yay!
So then you grab all the face emotional sliders, you lock them within a variable range.
And it's like, this is a sad conversation if this option is chosen. Therefore, you can only go from really depressed to neutral. And it's like, who fucking thinks about that? Nobody.
How far away do you have to get in complexity before it just becomes easier to just do fucking face mocap and like
know.
Just do that? Like,
so
at what point are you kind of losing the plot with your subsystems?
Gate 3, in terms of its development, has been kind of crazy, because even its original release was, so they only have Act 1. They have 3 acts, right? They have Act 1, 2, 3. And Act 1 is the only one you're allowed to play. Act 1 is approximately 24 to 35 hours long. And that's the version of the game people have been testing this whole time. So they've been testing class balance, they've been testing the way conversations work, they've been testing out the trees, they did all the fucking they did all the dice roll changes and stuff like that. And you can only level up to level 4 in that early access build, because they want you to be max level for the build in that part of the game. And then they're saying that, like, by the way, there's still tons of stuff that we didn't put into Act 1 because we want people who have played that to death to be surprised.
But also, I remember early on you were saying this game's amazing, but you're going to lose your save, so fuck this.
It's not just that the game's amazing and that you'll lose your save. It's that the version that exists even right now is a significantly different game than the one that was played back in the early access release.
Okay.
It's mechanically different. There's story beats that have been changed around. They like, one of the things in the last patch is they just overhauled every character's head. They just completely redesigned everybody's fucking face.
Okay.
And it's just like, have you seen this thing? Like when you load up into the menu, it has the full list of D&D like actions on a bar. Push, pull, throw, jump, run, sprint, carry, like the whole fucking thing, and systems associated with all of those.
So, like, are they just taking, like, the Hades approach to this entire game's development?
Yes.
Okay.
That is basically it.
Yeah,
and then after the game comes out, they will continue to work on it for 2 more years. And then a year and a half in, right when you're at the 60 or 70% way through your first playthrough, they're going to announce Baldur's Gate 3 Enhanced Edition, which is going to completely redo the final act of the story because that part didn't get early access tested. And then they're going to change up all the mechanics and add a bunch of mod support in it. And then you're going to stop playing the original version of the game to wait for the Enhanced Edition. And then you're never going to start the Enhanced Edition. Because that's what they have done for they did that for Divinity 1, and then they did that for Divinity 2 as well. Like they stopped working on Divinity 2 after Baldur's Gate 3's early access came out. Like you would think you were safe once the new game came out. But you're not.
Yeah. Dude, like, Hades is amazing, and I'm one of those people that never finished it because I'm playing, my save is from a super duper early access Epic Game Store version of the game, that and that the one that everyone played on release is like, I guess, just a different thing at this point.
So I played 3 or 4 different stages of early access. The 1.0 is very different.
I ran that shit into the ground on early access.
You need to restart that game.
I realize this, but like I ran it into the ground well early on, so that when 1.0 came out and everyone was playing it for the first time, I was like, I'll come back to it when I've had a minute, you know? So
yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is, and they are, on top of this, they're also incorporating a bunch of very complex multiplayer mechanics. They want you to be able, so Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were some of the first games you could ever play multiplayer online with your buddies, as each person controlled a different character. And that was mind-blowing. That was 98 to be able to do that. So now we got Baldur's Gate 3. It's 2022. It'll probably be 2023. And what they want to do is that they've been building the system. You know, all the dice roll stuff, and they want to emulate D&D for real?
Yes, yeah, the real dice.
Well, what they're doing here is that if you're playing, you know, a party of 2 or 3 player characters, you're going to be making, like, you know, decisions will be coming up, and you will be arguing over those decisions. And much like Divinity 2, you'll be dice rolling against your friends for those decisions and then working out through that. So like, if you can't agree on something, you'll roll for it as to who actually gets to make the decision. And so your party will have a larger, and it's like that. All these.
It sounds incredible. Just
it
also
does
impossible.
Sound incredible.
Just
and it also it's not just that it sounds incredible. It's also that, like, I'm so glad they early accessed it, because me and Plague talked about it for hours about how fucked up the original version of that dice roll mechanic was. Like, it was terrible. It was genuinely awful, because they wanted it. We talked about it as well. They wanted real dice rolls, just like real D&D. And then they discovered that real dice rolls, just like real D&D, are miserable in a digital format. Just awful if you don't juice the numbers. Because it ended up with people just like actually having
constant failure.
I had I on the stream that I did, I failed every single roll for every cool thing. And if I was playing with a human being, the human being would have taken pity on me and gone, okay, yeah, no, you totally passed it.
Yeah. The secret DM looks at the thing and goes, oh yeah, totally nailed it.
Right. And so that got pushed back like 3 times. That took like 7 months to get to the version that is now and people like.
Man. Okay. All right. Something amazing is going to come out when you're finished working on this game, but it's going to take you 7 years to complete it. So you go the Baldur's Gate 3 route, or you go the Bayonetta 3 route.
Yeah.
Which of these two is worse? Radio silence.
Definitely BO3 is way worse.
Okay. Now, watching the sausage get made in early access to the point where like it, like the fact that Darkest Dungeon 2 is doing it this way, like it's not super great for the like what I wish it was not these like kind of half chapters at a time in a way.
Yeah.
But I get it. But there's
that part of it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest reason why I would say this version over the BO3 thing. So Larian does the most extensive early access form of development of any dev, right? They put the thing out there and they actually really change the game based on feedback fairly dramatically. I remember when Darkest Dungeon 1 came out, one of the big problems upon its final release is that from the release 0.99 to version 1, they added the corpse mechanic, which some people fucking hated, right?
Game changer.
With Divinity 1, 2, and 3, this is Divinity 3, but from Divinity 1, 2, and now BG3, things that people don't like and push back on get fixed and improved. Like all the corners and the rough edges get smoothed out. So one of the things that I don't know, so I'm not aware if they fixed it, but someone in the chat will fill me in as I'm talking about it. Warlocks in D&D have what's called a short rest that gets back their warlock spells, right? And that's opposed to the long rest that you're usually doing for wizards and clerics and shit like that. The problem is that the short rest system in BG3, it doesn't really work the same way because there's no time pressure to things, and it doesn't work digitally. And that was a complaint on literally the first day of early access. So I'm going to assume that they have done something to the warlock spell tree or the way that they do short rest or something since then, right? Bayonetta 3 has problems that I could tell you, like, the first time I ever encountered them, this is a problem, and they're never going to get fixed, ever.
Right.
Ever.
Yeah. I mean,
like there's enemies they let you fight as Viola who are designed for Bayonetta. Like that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like DMC Devil May Cry color coded enemies and things where you're just like, oh, this was a bad call. That if someone touched this
call early,
if someone touched this early enough, they could have straight up just course corrected, and told you about that. I guess
sorry, the other thing that's really important about early access for these kinds of games, CRPG specifically, whether or not they put it out in early access, the game is going to be in early access. CRPGs are too complicated.
Yeah, okay.
Every CRPG that has literally released under the sun has required an extra 2 years of passive development to be finished. Okay. This goes back all the way to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, in which when you download Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 off of GOG, there's like a list of, do you want to install the fucking fan patch for fucking Baldur's Gate 2 that came out 15 years after the release? And then you get Baldur's Gate 2 Enhanced Edition, which is the last version of the game. Pillars 1 took a year and a half to be finished because of the expansions of the patches. Pillars 2 took 2 years to finish. Wrath of the Righteous came out like last year or the year before, and it's still got 3 DLCs to go, and then you're going to want 6 months after the 3rd DLC for it to be finished.
So
Divinity 2 came out and then had patches for a year and then had patches for a year and then got an enhanced edition, and then the enhanced edition got mod support built in a year later. It's like, so whether or not they're in early access or not.
Yeah. The hypothetical 7-year dev game it's just genre specific, right?
Yeah, this genre is not done until the sequel starts getting patches.
Like I was just thinking of look at Deltarune and how it's just like dropping a complete chapter and that's it, but that's
Deltarune gets lucky it doesn't have that many moving parts compared to,
it's not that complex. Exactly.
It's integrate the D&D rule set into it.
It's all narrative, and then it's like some game maker systems being iterated on a little bit, so yeah.
The usual solution to this genre wise is that playing through a game, let's take Pillars 1, which I'm fairly familiar with. Playing through that game as a paladin with these 5 party members is a very as a fucking shining knight and wonderful man is a very significantly different experience than playing through it as a rogue, as a complete piece of shit with these party members, right? Wrath of the Righteous has like 6 main paths through the game that run all the way from, you know, Holy Angel to Necromancer, who kills their entire party and just ruins the map. And these kinds of variations between playthroughs is so that you play the game the day it comes out, and then a year later when the big update comes out, you might want to play through it again. And then 3 years later when the final update comes out, you might want to play through it again, etc.
I just had a flash of, like, imagine playing 13 Sentinels, but every act had years in between them, and the gameplay systems of that you get would update drastically between combat. Like, narratively, I think I would have hated that game more than anything I've ever played in my life if that was what it did after that period of time. If you got that game's story bled out to you over the course of 5 years or something, it would be the worst game of all time. Like, I couldn't possibly handle that. It needed to be all in one. Jesus Christ. Okay, Baldur's Gate. Fair enough.
Scary game. And that's not even counting the mod support. So don't even think about that. Don't even talk about that.
All right. Let's
By the way, I would totally play Baldur's Gate 3 with you on stream if you want to co-op that. I'm just putting it out there.
Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate, dude. And
guess what? That game, the prequel to this game came out in the year 2000. They're not assuming anybody knows anything.
I'm currently thinking about Front Mission. I'm gonna just say that.
I'm also thinking about Front Mission. I want to shoot the robots.
Not much to say, but obviously just another thing that happened this week was fucking shitty. Kevin Conroy passed away, voice of Batman.
Batman is dead, and it's
the voice.
Yeah, Paige summed it up on Twitter with the Batman has
the
died.
Batman. That's it. Nothing else to it.
Like period. Like, has been the longest running, most consistently excellent Batman across all media.
Pancreatic cancer fucking sucks, man.
66, man. Like, that's pretty young, all things considered. That would make me middle-aged. I don't like that.
Pancreatic cancer fucking sucks. That's it. Yeah, and like it's funny because you can have debates about different Jokers, you know.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of different qualities.
If you say anything that other than Mark Hamill or
Joker voice versus Joker performance, right?
It's good actually. Mark Hamill and Nicholson and Ledger are all and I like Cesar Romero a lot.
Sure, that's all fine, but like new Joker is good too. Like fucking Joaquin Phoenix, like
yeah,
like
there's really only one bad Joker. Let's be all honest.
You can have the discussion for reals, but when it comes to Batman, it's done and it's done. All right, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. And also, if you're listening to this live, Paige is going to be having a stream in about an hour. She's going to play Five Nights at Freddy's for the fucking first time. Like the boomer that she is.
All right. We got one coming in from Manuel. Says, Dear Wooly Stares At and Pat Versus. Since Rumbleverse has been mentioned the last couple of weeks,
it doesn't.
I have some info. I scrounged about how multiplayer pits you against other players.
Okay.
MMR, matchmaking ranking. The better you do, the better players you'll match up with. If you're facing gods, congrats. Sometimes you are one too. Being in Legend League doesn't automatically pit you against other Legend Leagues, although I have seen it mentioned that if you are in Legend, you do have more accurate data for your MMR because you've played a bunch. Bots. If you lose a couple matches in a row pretty badly, players believe that you'll get a mostly bot lobby. In one of Iron Galaxy update journals, they implied sort of that bots were there to balance out the game for new players. So,
okay, I see how it is.
Yeah, and so they go on to mention that as much as I love Rumbleverse, it's like the perfect storm to make the game feel like the player count is low, because the MMR pits you against players in your skill range who you consistently match with since a certain skill level is your plateau. But that also auto numbers in some bots that you notice each match that doesn't give you a good impression, right? Yeah, but the game seems to have a decent player count outside of that system. So that's interesting. The bots are kind of, yeah. So I think, right, so what do you think would be a good solution for this type of thing, right? And so, yeah, I think what you should do, what would be better is kind of like, remember how Titanfall had grunts and then enemy soldiers?
Yes.
You had pilots and you had grunts. Have bots just be grunts. Make it obvious and part of the design at that point that you're like, okay.
I would like it if bots were visually distinguishable as bots.
That's it, right? You want to have some people to beat up to make the game feel more fair for players that are struggling and stuff. Have some characters that are clearly just dumb characters meant to be beat up that are not players, and they're not tricking you into thinking you're playing in a full lobby. You know?
Yeah, because I don't really have a problem with putting bots into the lobby for various reasons. My only issue is a very specific emotion, which is, oh man, I'm beating the piss out. Oh, that guy's not.
God damn it, he's not real. Exactly.
Right.
Yep,
like
that's
that.
it.
That emotion sucks.
Mm-hmm. Taking a look, I can see right here. Some people were like, I hated the Titanfall grunts, and then some people are like, oh, those were fun. I loved that. So it's like, yeah, if you're going to have them and this is going to be a part of your balancing thing, that's fine. Just make them visually distinct characters that you know, let me go beat up that bot and then I'll continue looking for players so that it doesn't feel bad when you realize it's a bot.
Yeah, because instead what you've created is you've made a smaller game, and the bots running around, if they're visible from a distance, have been changed from opponent, not really, to a resource. They've been turned into a power-up. Yeah. Because you see
they might have chicken in their
pockets. I can get XP off them. Yeah,
exactly. Now, on the complete flip side of this discussion, Dear Dreadhead and Baldhead,
I'm Baldhead.
Genhart says, the recent conversations and controversy about skill-based matchmaking in Call of Duty, and Shreya's crying about not being able to shit-stomp the children, unlocked a memory from my childhood. Me and Dad used to take turns playing matches against the AI in the original Star Wars Battlefront. I enjoyed it okay, but Dad became sort of obsessed with it. He started playing constantly in his spare time even when I wasn't around. Never played online, only against the AI. He would replay maps over and over to get the highest amount of kills he possibly could, and when I would come to visit, he would proudly show me his kill count and brag about it, saying he was so much better at the game than me. I didn't really care if he was better than me, I just liked the game, but it rubbed me the wrong way and it got me thinking. So I looked into the options, and lo and behold, the difficulty was set to easy. I brought this up to Dad, telling him that I'd be more impressed with the scores if he bragged about it so often, but if it was on normal or hard. He refused and proceeded to act like his accomplishments were still very impressive. So I decided to do a little experiment. I set the difficulty to hard without him knowing, and I watched him play. Suddenly he was playing a lot worse and was getting killed by the AI a lot more. He got frustrated and said something felt off. I told him I switched the difficulty to see how he would do, and he got mad and immediately turned it back to easy. I asked why he only wanted to play on easy, and he simply told me it was because he could get more kills that way.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. It's pretty funny that he was trying to brag.
So I realized that the only thing that mattered to him was seeing a big number at the end of the match, and to a degree I can respect that. Easy mode isn't inherently bad. It can be fun to skate through a game with no worries, but bragging and gloating about your accomplishments on easy seems a bit silly to me. What are your thoughts, and do you have similar stories?
So, yeah, the bragging part is actually very strange. But yeah, playing it on easy is fine. It reminds me of the Miles Morales Bean Dad, if you remember that.
Yeah.
Where there was some fucking dumbass reporter was like, "Oh, my son plays video games on easy, and I got him Miles Morales Spider-Man, and he's playing it on easy." And then I was like, "Hey, why don't you play it on normal?" And then, he played it on normal for like an hour, and he beat some bosses. And I was like, "Isn't that better? Isn't that more accomplishing?" And he was like, "Yeah, it is, Dad. Okay." And then as I'm walking away, he deleted his save file to restart the entire game on easy. and the dad's like, "Oh, have I failed as a father, bro?" It's like, no, the kid just wants to fucking relax and fucking chill out and play Spider-Man.
Right.
Like, fucking, like, the kid didn't grow up in the fucking arcades where if you fucking lost, somebody would kick your ass off the cabinet. Like, fucking chill out.
Now, if that kid got up and started talking shit, that would be another situation. But this is not even that. This is dad talking shit to the kid about his easy score. And how much better he is. I'll crush you on easy, bro.
Yeah,
you can't handle this. Like, absolutely.
That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. That I like that. I like that.
I do like that a lot. Like, if he was talking to somebody else who also played it on easy, and they're like, "Well, I can get this many kills in this time."
Sure. Yes.
But like an adult talking like I'm the best to like a child, it
to their
seems really strange. It just seems really weird.
Yeah.
I'm the best. You kids can't even reach this shit. Yeah, Dad, you're an adult. I'm a child.
Can't wait to get that dad on Street Fighter 6 dynamic mode.
Oh man,
which has been revealed. About that. Yeah, so they revealed the new mode for Street Fighter 6 that's going to be dynamic mode. That it's not just there's classic, there's modern, right, which is the Smash Brothers.
Simplified it.
Yeah, Smash Brothers.
Yeah, and then there's dynamic.
Dynamic is basically, the way they describe it is AI assisted. What it kind of is like a button press will contextually change depending on where you are and what's going on. So I said it was like stylish mode in Guilty Gear Xrd, and that was pretty close, but
it's closer to like easy automatic in like a character action game.
So what kind of happens is if you're far full screen, you press the attack button, and they'll do a Hadoken. And then as you get closer from mid-range forward, that becomes like a combo. And if it hits, they do like a combo, and continue or whatever, or there's a block, whatever. And then as you get point blank, that turns into like a throw,
Yeah, it's a cool idea. I understand exactly who it's for. They show this weird video where the guy's just sitting there mashing like the B button on an Xbox, and for some reason it's Marvel 2, and that guy's screaming at you not to let the motherfucking combo drop.
Yeah. Sure. So it even has like there's a button for a jump in combo, right? Like it'll do a full on jump in. What's interesting is that like, so you have those some preset attack buttons that change depending on your distance, and then like like one button supers and one button EXs. But if you just needed to like Shoryuken somebody that's jumping at you, in theory you couldn't do it, right?
Right.
So there is like some major downsides in that you don't have your tools at all. You're kind of relying on an AI combo to help you. But the most important part about this system is it is offline only, local play.
Yeah, it's vital because so one of the things that we talk about is that when you make inputs easier for new players, oftentimes the danger is that you make inputs much easier for old players, and they actually benefit even more from the simplified inputs than the new players. And so with dynamic and modern and now classic, there's a buffer zone in between, like in between all three levels, in which the player that's not good enough or not confident enough to move up to the other control scheme is actually much stronger than they would be in that more complex control scheme than they otherwise would be, because they can remove the mental load off of the controls. So if you had dynamic, you would have people getting mad on a level hitherto unseen in games, because you would have actual like toddlers beating up scrubs online because they have no mental load at all.
I think that part of what they're looking at this as is if you're having trouble with modern controls, online probably isn't even a thought yet. You know, it's probably the idea that like if you kind of just want to hit buttons and do cool things, again for kids, for and like I know as well there's accessibility options that come into play too, for the ability to do all that stuff. It's kind of like, yeah, you can graduate from dynamic up to modern where you get the gist of what you're doing, and like that's a fair graduation to get through, because modern doesn't ask a lot of you. But if you're struggling enough in that mode, I think it's not asking too much of the player to be like, hey, get comfortable enough with just walking around and being able to press the one thing at the time you want to, you know? And then modern and classic are going to be able to face each other online, of course. But I imagine there's a weight that's going to apply to ranked where they're probably not going to prefer you playing against someone in an opposite control scheme.
I'm sure. Much like the way that in like Fortnite, if you plug a controller in on PC, you just instantly slam into the controller lobbies and the console lobbies.
Yeah. Gamer girlfriend mode. Sure, man. Whatever. Like,
oh man, you remember? You know, there's been like a lot of versions of that have been like kind of insulting. I don't think anybody can beat Mr. Magician Randy Savage? Randy Pitchford with the Borderlands 2 character Gage. Do you remember this character?
I don't.
So it's a redhead named Gage, which is now hilarious to me. But and her mechanic is that she has terrible aim, and her bullets bounce off the environment and ricochet into enemies. So she had like, so she gets anarchy stacks, and the bullets will bounce off the environment, and they get like damage bonuses based on how many surfaces they bounce off. But they literally said, and she had a summon that she would help. And the thing is that they literally said, we designed this character so that your girlfriend can play, because she's not going to be able to shoot the enemies. So when she shoots the floor and the walls, enemies will still get killed.
Dude, like, you have an idea that's fun and goofy and that works, and then you fucking have to go just
like, and here's the thing.
Just shut up!
Here's the thing about that character. That character fucking rules and is tons of fun to play.
Just don't fucking say it!
Yeah, don't say it!
That's a really fun idea for a character that sounds like, oh shit, okay, I see what you're doing there. But, like, yeah. Shut the fuck up. Hey, you know what this fighting game needs? Damage numbers that pop up off of you like RPGs. Yeah. You know why? Because girls love JRPGs and girls love damage numbers. Battle Fantasia is going to sell 1 billion copies.
Is that actually the reasoning?
Straight up from the dev's mouth. God. We wanted to put JRPG damage numbers because girls love that shit.
Girls don't love JRPGs because of damage numbers. Girls like JRPGs because JRPGs are designed in such a way that they appeal to women. Like women and the gays love Final Fantasy because the things in them appeal to them. Final Fantasy VIII's a fucking love story about a dumb teenage girl. What could appeal to women more?
I'll tell you what could appeal to women more. What's King of Fighters for girls.
You're right. The King of Fighters for girls. Definitely.
All right.